where you control Ratchet during the first visit where you're stuck playing as Clank. Despite a bit of time passing since the video, it's still a puzzle that's missing its last piece. The elusive Orxon 2 infobot that speedrunners had been looking to get to leads Ratchet and Clank to the most notoriously cruel tundra. This is Planet Hoven, often considered by speedrunners to be the worst planet in the entire run. Throughout its history, this place has become an absolute burial ground, where promising attempts falter and where runs come to die. Today, we're gonna take a look at how Hoven got its reputation, by looking at how the planet has progressed over time through the history of the game's New Game Plus world records. I hope you enjoy. Let's start off with the basics by looking at the missions. The two bottom ones, Buy Hydropack from Ed and Explore Icy Wastes, are optional side missions that are not needed to progress further into the game. This means that our only objective is destroy the Planet Buster. To do so, Ratchet must man a turret that's located at the very top of the level, meaning that Hoven is primarily a vertically focused level. A big ascent to the top, and gunning down a big ship. Sounds simple enough on paper. Let's take a look at how Hoven was completed in the very first Ratchet & Clank speedrun ever performed. A very impressive 1:11:56 segmented 80% run performed by RJ Waters 2 in July 2008. First off, RJ Waters uses a lot of thruster pack long jumps throughout the level to save time on general movement. A corner cut was performed at the beginning of the level to save time having to go around the big building. So already we're off to a good start, as RJ Waters has a keen eye for smaller time saves. He takes out a helicopter by using the blaster, a significantly cheaper option than the Devastator, which the game believes you should need to take him out. He then collects some extra bolts, since this is an any percent run, and he needs to purchase stuff later in the run. RJ Waters does a small corner cut after a wall jump section by jumping straight to the conveyor belt instead of having to go inside the cave. Once a bit further up, RJ Waters has to cross some vertically moving platforms, where falling down would mean that he would have to redo everything. Despite that, RJ Waters tackles it with confidence, skipping the first platform and thrusting on over to the other side. You're now meant to head inside the big hut that's straight ahead of you, but RJ Waters once again does a small shortcut by jumping over to a reachable platform on the left, although he does almost die in the process. With the ascent now complete, it's time to fight the Planet Buster, and there are a couple of things to talk about here. First, the ship is separated into 5 different parts, and to take it down, you need to destroy them all using the turret. Secondly, while you're fighting the ship, you'll be swarmed by a bunch of BOIII heli commanders, who will fire a barrage of missiles at you if left on screen for too long. RJ Waters had discovered that it's possible to hit multiple pieces all at once by hitting the ship in specific locations. His strategy was focusing on taking out pieces 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time, while killing the heli commanders as soon as he saw them. Afterwards, he finishes the fight by focusing in on pieces 4 and 5, while ignoring the helis, dropping to about a quarter health, but saving some precious time in the process. He thrusts down to the ship and completes Hoven in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Not bad, all things considered. We now have to fast forward a handful of years to 2013. Around this time, Ratchet 1 was seeing a bit of a golden age, as active strategy discussion would take place over on the Speed Demos Archive forums, and runners would begin doing their first speedrun attempts over on Twitch. In this period, Ratchet 1 New Game Plus was popping off, and was starting to garner attention as the main category of not only Ratchet 1, but the entire Ratchet series as a whole. New runners were flocking to the game at a rapid pace, and Hoven would change drastically because of this. Over at the SDA forums, a runner called Placida would upload a video called Hoven Jump Skip.
Alright, I'm going to show you guys another little Hoven trick I just found out the other day.
This demonstrated a shortcut to skip the 2 cave sections near the top and the moving platforms. Placida utilized a technique that would become a staple for height exploits through the Ratchet series, the slope intercept. When Ratchet glides down onto specific slope surfaces, he crouches for a brief moment upon landing. Normally, he would just slide and fall down, but if you can press X while holding R1 in this small window, a high jump can be achieved with the use of the helipack. SIs can be performed multiple times, which is showcased well in this video, as Placida performs 4 in a row to cut out a decent portion of the level. SIs, however, cannot be performed on every slope surface in the game, so a lot of memorization goes into what you can and can't high jump off. Back when Placida found this shortcut, it was thought to be just too difficult to perform in full game speedruns, but SIs certainly had promising potential. Another runner on the SDA forums called Infi found a strategy on the Hoven turret fight that involved using the menu in a clever way. In his 4501 from April 2013, Infy pulls out the Rhino before entering the turret. Right before the game is about to transition Ratchet into the turret sequence, Infy pauses the game and plays an in-level movie, a New Game Plus only feature that allows you to view specific cutscenes at will. Upon exiting the menu, Infy is able to control Ratchet and the turret at the same time, meaning that the Rhino could now be used to take down the heli commanders without having to move the crosshair away from the Planet Buster. Even though Clecida's shortcut wasn't used in this run, Infy still completes Hoven 24 seconds faster than RJ Waters with a 206. Most of the time save came from a slightly better ascent and taking advantage of all the New Game Plus perks, such as not having to kill bolts and the Rhino strat for the turret. The next discovery that was to be made on Hoven would be found by the runner Ticeman, and this discovery is, no joke, one of the most revolutionary innovations made to this entire planet. As Tice stepped foot on the freezing ball of snow, he would forego taking the intended path. Tice instead goes into the side mission path and begins to perform the infamous Hoven SI. This 4053 from June 2013 would showcase Tice scaling the entire mountainside of Hoven with a string of 19 SIs in a row. If Clecida's set of 4 SIs was too difficult for the runners before Tice, you can probably imagine the sheer difficulty of this trick. In fact, it was considered the hardest trick in the entire game at the time. I have to reiterate here that you have to memorize every point on the mountain as to where you are and aren't able to high jump. If you land in the wrong spot, you'll slip off the mountain, potentially dying, or you have to glide back down to a backup spot to continue the high jump chain. Tice actually didn't even save time on Infy as he got to the turret 6 seconds slower, but the potential was definitely there. Hoven SI was faster if you did everything right. And the fact that Tice was willing to go for a trick like this all the way back in 2013, just to save a couple of seconds, is insanity. It was a trick that was way ahead of its time, and Ticeman would get better at it as he did more runs. In his 3846 from July 2013, Tice made significantly less errors scaling the mountain, getting to the turret in 102, 7 seconds faster than Infy's time. But perhaps he forgot to practice the second half of Hoven as well, as this run would also end in a 206 Hoven, exactly the same time as Infy. In January of 2014, a runner called Cypress would drop an absolute bombshell of a time save onto Hoven. With his new video, Ratchet & Clank New Hoven SI, slightly faster method, 37. Zippy figured out a method of starting Hoven SI from the front, which saved a massive amount of time, meaning that you didn't have to go through the tunnel to enter the side mission path whatsoever. Zippy would go on to set a new world record using this strategy, getting a 3830. Even with a small slip-up at the start, Zippy still gets to the turret in 43 seconds, a whole 19 seconds faster than the record, and finishes the planet in 145. The casual route, even with the shortcuts, was now completely unviable if you wanted to be competitive in the category. If you wanted to be a world record contender, you had to learn Hoven SI. And throughout early 2014, Zippy and another runner known as Nuka would trade the record back and forth many times. Minute barriers were continually broken through the 30s, but Hoven SI continued to be the most nerve-wracking part of the run.
Wow. Of course.
These days, Zippy and Nuka are two of my closest friends, and every time the Ratchet & Clank soundtrack comes up in conversation, they both show enthusiasm for it, except for the music on Hoven. I think it's a pretty good song, and most people are inclined to agree, but the two simply grinded Hoven SI for so many hours back in those days that it only brings back the terrible memories of having to figure out the trick. Even with all the practice, you'd still see a record or two with a death or some kind of huge mistake to Hoven SI. The trick was just way too skill intensive to be 100% consistent at, but the runners did it right. Nuka would improve considerably as a runner through this time, and his 3344 from March 2014 would showcase the cleanest Hoven SI seen yet. A beautiful 38 turret entry, and a blistering 135 for the whole planet. Now we're getting somewhere. Nuka integrated more subtle optimizations to his gameplay for many of the game's planets. For the turret fight on Hoven, Nuka decided to focus on hitting pieces 4 and 5 first, as it's closer to the crosshair when beginning the fight. Nuka in late 2014 and early 2015 was easily the best Ratchet 1 speedrunner in the world. His movement was way above the competition at the time, and he had many of the game's toughest tricks down to a T. But Nuka was losing ground to some newer runners, not because of his lack of skill, but because of hardware. The PS3 era of Ratchet 1 had arrived. Throughout this video, every run you've seen so far has been on the original PS2 version of the game. But Slaughter and Vortex both started out playing Ratchet 1 on the relatively newish PS3 port. This version in particular featured much faster loading times in multiple spots. There were now faster loads for planet transitions, cutscenes, in-level movies, and more, causing the world record to go down even further. The overall time save back then was roughly 3 minutes throughout an entire New Game Plus run. Gameplay-wise, most of the time save from using the PS3 version came in the form of the PDA. The PDA is a gadget normally used to purchase ammo remotely at a higher price, but it was discovered that it's possible to achieve a grounded state out of the gadget by holding L1 while the shop menu is open. The L1 button activates the first-person view feature, and because the game now thinks Ratchet is on the ground, a high jump can't be performed as you're closing the PDA. This can be repeated over and over again. The Infinite Jump, as it would be coined, saw better utilization of the PS3 version. On PS2, you have to wait for the vendor salesman to load in before being able to close the PDA again, and he shows up at seemingly random 1 to 3 second intervals, which can throw off your rhythm. As more infinite jumps were being found throughout this time, the PS3 version would slowly obsolete the painfully slow PS2 version, as the PDA could be closed almost immediately after opening it. A runner named Forge discovered that infinite jumping could now be used to cut out a few SIs out of Hoven SI, saving a few seconds overall. While Nuka was incorporating this into his runs, he wouldn't really get any time save out of it because he was playing with inferior hardware. Slaughter would get a 37-second ascent using Forge's infinite jump strat at the start. He even tried to cut out an extra SI at the top, pushing the trick to further optimization. Despite missing it once, this is still the fastest Hoven SI we've seen so far. This run also has the amazing YouTube description of world record, world record, world record, world record, world record, world record, world record. Now I need to talk about Vortex, one of the most homey Ratchet runners out there. But dude, this guy was streaming on his Mac with a webcam pointed at his TV for the majority of his speedrunning career. You think you've seen bad quality before? Brace yourself.
I'm gonna YOLO it during the run.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about.
Upon Vortex's rise in 2015, he would frequently do races with Nuka despite the two not really being on an even playing field. Nuka was even kind enough to time Vortex to game for him, since his computer was literally that shitty at the time.
Look at this dude.
At first, Vortex struggled a ton with Hoven. His 3058 died on Hoven. His 3054 died on Hoven. And his 2955 had 2 accidental backflips near the top. All of the runs I just mentioned were former world records. Even the world's first sub-30 was set in his quality, and still had issues doing Hoven smoothly. His 3005, which was the run before his sub-30, actually had a pretty decent Hoven ascent, getting to the top in 32 seconds, the fastest ever by 5 seconds. Vortex didn't quite get a grip on how to do the Rhino in-level movie strat, so he would often lose time from failing it, resulting in generally slow times for the full planet. In this console transitional era, Nuka was still willing to push PS2 as far as he could, and was pulling out better Hoven times than Vortex and Slaughter despite being at a disadvantage. His Hoven SI was practiced, and his turret fight was always quick too. It's an interesting piece of Ratchet & Clank speedrunning lore, where the best runner simply did not have the best version, but was almost able to negate the disadvantage because of his superior movement and overall consistency. His 3028 is still today seen as a legendary mark for what he was able to accomplish on PS2. It would literally take an entire year for anyone to achieve a low 27-minute time on PS3, which is about what his PS2 run equates to. I could almost dedicate this entire part of Ratchet speedrunning to its own separate video, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get back to Hoven. Every runner at this point in time had spent tens of hours learning and practicing Hoven SI, the most brutal and unforgiving trick in the entire game. But as 2015 would come around, a huge discovery would be made to the core movement system of Ratchet & Clank. The movement in Rack 1 around this time largely consisted of neutral long jumps and neutral cancelled side flips. By keeping the analog stick in the neutral position of the controller, you can progressively gain speed and get through levels very quickly. Around Christmas of 2014, Nuka discovered that these two moves could be done in a short burst on planet Umbris by walking off the very edge of this platform, creating a tiny jittery surface. On one magical attempt, Nuka began soaring through the level. And this was more than just a small jitter. The infinite long jumps had just been discovered, and this is how it works. If you run off the very edge of a platform and there's mud straight beneath Ratchet, then mash long jump inside in a rhythm, Ratchet can effectively fly for a short period of time, as the game assumes him to be in a grounded state. Once Ratchet isn't over the mud anymore, the infinite long jumps drop, but a ton of speed can be built, allowing you to continue your movement strings at high velocity. It can even be preserved into a glide by opening the PDA. ILJs, as they would be called, would be found to be possible on more planets than just Umbris. It was discovered to be possible on Rilgar's water, the mud on Building 2, the acid on Quartu, and also the icy waters of Hoven. Unfortunately, ILJs was mostly a trick to cover long distances, and with Hoven being a vertical planet, the discovery didn't seem to have any obvious implications. Slaughter, however, had found a similar technique with the thruster pack on Iridius mud all the way back in 2013. Seeking a personal goal to complete Iridius swing shot fortress without the swing shot, he was able to clear the final room by continually side flipping to gain height. This worked pretty much the exact same way as ILJ, as all you had to do was jump over the very edge of the platform where the circle beneath you that you can ILJ off of, then begin side flipping one, then press the left X, right X, left X, and so on. Now this was useful on Hoven, and the technique would be coined Infinite Side Flips. Nuka and Slaughter would begin doing speedrun attempts with Infinite Side Flips on Hoven. Now, there was no need to scale the mountainside of this snowy planet anymore. Hoven SI had been obsoleted. This was actually a good thing. In fact, it was probably the best state Hoven had ever been in. Infinite side flips were easy to perform, and if you were good at the turret fight, the planet was all of a sudden not that bad anymore. You could even swag out with tricks like these. The most tedious and annoying planet was a breeze to get through for the first time in the game's history. The fastest ever Hoven with the old Hoven SI was 135. Now that the planet had been made more consistent, faster, and easier, Hoven was dropping below 120 on the regular, with Nuka getting a 117 on his final PS2 run. For the rest of 2015, nothing new would be discovered on Hoven. But this didn't mean that the game wasn't being played. Vortex, Slaughter, and another player, Raikaru, would slowly chip away at the record, when a new player would begin tearing through the game once 2016 rolled around. And that player was me. I saw Ratchet 1's world record hovering around the 28-minute area, and I knew that, in reality, a low 27 or lower should easily be attainable, since Nuka's 3028 was at least at a bare minimum at a 3 minutes advantage. Nuka's run, despite being a year old by 2016, was still the best display of Ratchet 1's movement. So I attempted to emulate his playstyle, and in the process, pushed the game to new heights. After a couple of world record trades between myself and Slaughter, I would carve my own path and lower the record many times. With the discovery of some new Walloper speed tech, I would bring the time down to the first ever 23-minute time. Despite all the records, Hoven was nearly devoid of progression, except for a small time saver after the third time. The swaggy side flip movement that Slaughter did back in the day proved to be useful after all. After doing side flips at the start, I would swap to the helipad in the menu before playing the inline movement. This allowed me to do a short infinite long jump back to the ship to save a couple of seconds over using the thruster. In a fitting conclusion to my grind around this time, I would get a best segment for Hoven on my 23, with a 17-second ascent and a 1:12 for the full planet. At the start of 2017, nobody was pushing the record much since I'd left the game, but Scaff was about to change all of that, who would go on to dominate during this year. Throughout all of 2017, Scaff would set 9 world records in a row, with some new discoveries on Hoven. A runner called Cinna had discovered that it's possible to infinite side flip from an earlier point in the level, practically right in front of the initial spawn position, skipping the detour on the right, and allowing you to get to the turret fight in 10 seconds. This infinite side flip is actually deceptively more difficult than the other one, since the edge you have to jump off is completely obscured by the snow. If you jump too early, you'll fall down hovering with the thruster pack and wiggling from side to side. Honestly, a pretty funny looking mistake. You can save this by doing an infinite jump back to the ledge, but Ratchet 1 New Game Plus has always been very optimized, so every second you lose really matters, especially at this point in the game's history. That wouldn't be the only discovery, however, as an interesting find regarding the Hoven turret would take place. It turns out that the game never checks for Ratchet's Y coordinates on the turret. This means it's possible to hit the trigger and start the fight early, as long as you're straight under the turret and Ratchet is in a grounded state, such as being in an ILJ or an infinite side flip. The downside is that you won't be able to do the in-level movie Rhino strat to take out the heli commanders, but on paper, this strat saved around 7 seconds. Scaff decided to give the strat a whirling run, opting to PDA glide into the trigger as ILJs are extremely difficult to control. Also, the trigger is deceptively thin, so it's not easy to hit every time. To Scaff's surprise, he started saving time using the strat. For years, the Rhino in-level movie strat had been used to save time over not having to move the crosshair away from the Planet Buster. What most runners in the past didn't realize, though, is that every heli commander that spawned flies in a set path every time. And most of these set paths actually fly directly in front of your crosshair, if you follow Nuka's strat of doing pieces 4 and 5 first. In Scaff's 2142, which is the run where this was first implemented, you can see him only moving the crosshair away a couple of times to take out the helis, and when he does, he flicks over quickly and readjusts back. And yes, we are now entering the sub 1 minute era of Hoven, a 7-second turret entry, and 57 for the fourth landing. Scaff's final 3 records in 2017 would all feature a strange phenomena on the turret where the Planet Buster is higher than normal. This is currently not understood, but it might have to do something with entering the turret as the ship is bobbing upwards in its idle animation. This can randomly lose you time as you now have to swing the crosshair around so as to hit the heli commanders. Hoven was definitely starting to become annoying again. At the end of 2017, Scaff took a leave from the game, and I would be the one to run off with the baton as I returned to the game to prepare for an upcoming showing at Games Done Quick. I would lower the record continually at the start of 2018 until I landed a 2042 in February. I decided to take March off to recharge the battery in hopes of maybe making a push for the elusive sub 20. I even made a video outlining what potential strategies I could incorporate to possibly achieve the milestone. The most intriguing strategy of the bunch was a turret fight strat on Hoven, discovered by Does This username. User decided to closely inspect the health of the Planet Buster and how dealing damage to it actually worked. He figured out that each point on the ship has 10 health, and each turret shot deals 0.2. However, User was thrown off by the fact that some of his shots were randomly dealing 5 times the amount of damage than usual. After further examination, he found out that the topmost bits of the ship have some incredibly small sweet spots, where the 5 times damage can be achieved. I'll just refer to them as critical hits. These spots are insanely small, if because the Planet Buster bobs up and down, it's pretty much impossible to consistently obliterate its health bar. In April 2018, I announced the Month of Rack, a project where I would play Ratchet 1 New Game Plus every day in April in hopes of achieving the sub 20. I started incorporating the new ship fight into runs, and the order in which you shoot the Planet Buster parts was now a bit different due to the new sweet spots I was aiming to hit. Let's take a look at my 2032 set on April 4th. Okay, pray everyone. I begin the fight the same as always, focusing on parts 4 and 5. But I aim for the top middle of the 2 pieces and pray I get some nice critical hits. I only aim away very briefly to take care of the helis too. To get more critical hits, I then swap to hitting only 1 and 2 at the same time. Different runners have different setups for this part, but I prefer to aim for the invisible space between the 2 turrets. It usually nets me a few critical hits. You can sort of tell if you get it or not by looking at how quickly the ship bursts into flames. After destroying parts 1 and 2, part 3 is one of the main reasons why so many runners absolutely dread this planet. Getting the critical hits on this happens when the game feels like it. Now, of course, you're watching a world record, so it goes pretty well for me here. But the amount of runs that straight up die to this part is absurd. The helis are just scattered all over the place, and killing them is extremely slow. So the best thing you can do is just aim for the turret and pray you get enough critical hits before they kill you.
I have a comparison video. Feel like we're going to do that. Oh, well, this ship just doesn't break for no reason. I really gonna die here? That is absurd. Can somebody clip that, please? Because that's maybe the worst RNG Hoban I've ever seen in my life.
Break, please. Please break. Fuck! Fight it, dude.
Also, if you somehow get the high ship glitch, your run is completely over because now you can't even reach the top part of the ship with your shots. Take a look at this clip from Brother Sneaky about how stupid it can get.
Yo, this is what we want. Yo, I've never seen it that high.
Hovan had now entered a lottery stage. All the strats prior, while tedious, at least relied on your ability to execute whatever was necessary. Now, a lot of that is stripped away with stuff that is completely out of your control. Not only is the turret fight pretty much random, hitting the trigger to enter the fight can also just not work for whatever reason, leading us to believe that the Hovan turret trigger is alive and is moving around at will. Despite how bad Hovan was now, I wasn't deterred. I had a goal I wanted to achieve, and I couldn't take my mind off of it. Throughout April, not only would I achieve the sub 20, I would bring the time down to 1934. One of my proudest speedruns of all time. Some of the Hovans I would achieve during this would be completely ridiculous, with my 1934 completing the planet in 46 seconds, even with a scuffed side flip at the very end. I would also begin to ILJ directly into the turret trigger without using the PDA, causing my ascent times to hover in the 4 to 5 second range, which is completely crazy when you look back a couple of years. The different iterations of Hovan SI all took between roughly 110 and 37. Now you can reach the turret in absolutely no time at all. Granted, you hit the damn trigger. There hasn't really been much improvement to Hovan since my grind back in 2018, but FOVscale has pushed the game to incredible heights, with the game entering the 18-minute barrier in 2020. His 1845 from 2021 has an unbelievable 41-second Hovan. On the Ratchet & Clank Community Gold Sheet, Franz has also achieved the world's fastest Hovan at 55.65, or in the context of the timing we've used for this video, 40 seconds. In my 1850, I tried to use what's known as wiggle strats, where it's believed you can achieve more critical hits by wiggling the crosshair back and forth towards the planet buster. It's probably placebo and not every runner does it. And that's kind of where we're sitting right now. At the moment, Hovan is in a really bad spot. Hitting the ILJ to the trigger is very precise, and getting a fast turret fight is effectively pseudo-randomness. If you want a top time in this category, you need to refine your movement to a T and get lucky on Hovan. But man, if the journey to get here wasn't diverse, we went from going the casual way with a couple of shortcuts to the Rhino strat on the turret, Tice's Hovan SI, the Hovan SI from the front, to infinite side flips, to infinite long jumps, and to the ridiculous ship fight that we know and don't love today. Currently, the only way Hovan could be optimized any further is finding a way to destroy the planet buster in a quicker manner. Ratchet's weapons deal absolute chip damage to the ship, so the only way to damage it significantly is with the use of the turret. Right now, there's no viable path to skipping the fight, but who knows what the future holds. If there's anything positive to take away from this whole thing, it's that Hovan, while a terrible luckfest, still retains a ton of intrigue amongst viewers. It's a planet that gets people invested, hoping for that miracle turret fight where all the parts just break insanely fast. If the Ratchet 1 New Game Plus run was easy, we'd have nothing to get excited about. Speedrunning sometimes needs these kind of roadblocks to make you feel like you're really fighting for the goal you're trying to achieve. But I think I speak for the majority of the community here when I say that Hovan has always been frowned upon. It's a planet nobody likes, but you gotta get through it. So to Hovan I say, screw you, but damn if your record history wasn't sick. Thanks for watching. If you like the content, please consider subscribing and supporting me on Patreon. Take care, and have a good one. If you've been following this channel for a while, you may know the story of Tuval, the man who broke Spyro in half. A prolific speedrunner and glitch hunter who was able to find all of the original Spyro games' major sequence breaks and set incredible world records. You wouldn't think an insane accomplishment like this could be replicated, but it turns out that a similar story took place in the earlier days of a different Insomniac title. This is the story of the most important Ratchet & Clank speedrunner of all time. A mysterious character whose influence was so great, they changed the way an entire game was being played. Let's dive in. To begin our story, we need to go back to where many speedrun stories begin, the start of the Twitch era, 2012 to 2014. At this point, the PlayStation speedrunning community was very small, maybe 50 to 100 people or so. So you can imagine the Ratchet community was only a small branch off of that. The majority of this community had their focus on routing and optimizing the first game in the series, which left the sequels largely untapped for potential. Ratchet & Clank 3 Up Your Arsenal, or BOIII for short, is one of the series' fan favorites, and would see some activity in the early years. There was a 2005 SDA any % run by Cannibal K9, which was kinda just a one and done, a handful of glitch videos on YouTube here and there, but not much to speak of. In 2013 though, two runners were here to stay, and you may have heard of them. Zem and Insomniac Nintendo. Zem was the first person to pick up the pieces from where Cannibal K9 left off in 2005, improving on the oh so outdated 222.38 to 152.38, a straight half-hour improvement in January 2013. He would continue to lower the time with 149.29, 144.17, and 139.37. IN would join the fray in September of 2013 and improve on Zem's time with 138 flat and 133.33, where the record would sit for a long time. As the community was approaching 2014, Ratchet & Clank 1 New Game Plus was starting to be seen as the main category of the entire Ratchet series. The run started from a file that already had all of the game's weapons and enough bolts to beat the game, which meant that the focus was more on the movement and tricks. Starting with items like the PDA gave runners an infinite jump, which was used from time to time and was a really cool discovery. Bottom line, Rack 1 NG Plus was the hottest shit on the market. It was experiencing a golden age where new things were being discovered constantly, and everyone was loving it. But this raised a good question. Could Up Your Arsenal have an NG Plus category? That's just as dope. Starting with all the weapons leveled up sounds cool, and you begin the game with the charge boots, which is a huge speed upgrade, making the start of the run much faster than any %. IN decided to give BOIII NG Plus a whirl, and just to be the first to get a time on the leaderboards. You're gonna have to excuse the bitrate on this run, we're dealing with some vintage gamer footage. It's pretty old. Anyway, throughout the run, the main movement he was utilizing were thrust attack long jumps for smaller gaps, and the charge boots for longer stretches. When you double tap R1, you charge forward at full speed, but if you let go, you'll come to a screeching halt. If you keep holding R1, Ratchet will continue forward, but the charge boot speed will slow down. This means that the best strategy is just to spam R1 to restart the charge every time you start to slow down, maintaining the full speed. You can also cancel the boots at any time by firing your weapon, so you don't have to worry about playing the entire charge boot animation out. IN's approach was more or less just any % with the charge boots and better weapons for the bosses. Even so, the time save was immediately obvious. The movement and weapons were a huge bonus, and New Game Plus playthroughs allow you to skip playing through the 5 Quark vidcomics. IN would achieve 109.17 in NG Plus in December 2013, and 2 months later, 102.48. Other runners would take notice of IN optimizing Up Your Arsenal. Nuka, who was primarily a Ratchet 1 runner, found the Ratchet 3 NG Plus run to be too bland and too similar to any %. There was definitely potential for more, but where was he going to find it? At this point in time, the community was made up of almost entirely North Americans, with the exception of a few Europeans, and not many of them were interested in Ratchet 3. It was time to look elsewhere. This is when Nuka had a thought. What if anyone else in the world is speedrunning Ratchet? He took to YouTube and typed in Ratchet & Clank 3 speedrun and found nothing out of the ordinary. He tried again, but put those exact words through Google Translate to Japanese. What he would discover was a run, 20 minutes faster than Ian's time. This was the first time the Western community would lay eyes on one of the most historically significant Ratchet speedruns ever. The man, the myth, the legend. It's Silence, baby. The entire community was literally floored by the skill of this mysterious player. The amount of stuff to unpack from a single run was overwhelming. This run was actually from May of 2013, which means the Western community had been going about their day with the video hiding in plain sight for 10 months. This guy, who nobody had heard of before, had literally beaten Ratchet 3 NG Plus over an hour faster than Zem's any percent time 2 months prior. I'm sure a lot of questions are running through your mind, but now you know how the community felt when they first saw the time. So why is this run so much faster, and how is he able to save so much time? Let's go through the run one thing at a time, and see if we can figure it out together. The first thing that is an immediate improvement over Ian's runs is his movement. Silence was able to crack the charge boots wide open and discover new movement techniques. He found a way to utilize Ratchet's normal moveset while traveling with the speed gained from the charge boots. I've already mentioned earlier how when you let the charge boot animation play out or shoot during the charge, the game sends you into a screeching halt. If you tap L1 during this state, which is the first person view button, Ratchet will do a small slide, and this is referred to as a neutral. The reason for the name is because you can turn this slide into multiple moves while retaining the charge boot speed, but you will lose this speed unless you leave the analog stick in the neutral position the whole time. This means you can neutral lag jump, neutral wrench swing, neutral double jump, and most importantly, neutral long jump, which allows you to clear bigger gaps. Silence also found falling neutral long jumps, which is the same concept, but the speed can be stored if you hold the stick neutral as you fall out of a charge. This wasn't the only way Silence was able to convert charge boot speed into useful movement tech. He also discovered the incredibly stylish technique known as hyperswing hovers. By hooking onto a hyperswing node with charge boot speed and swinging all the way forward to the apex, you can achieve a super fast hover if you let the analog stick go to neutral position yet again before pressing X to glide. This was used at the end of VR training and on Planet Dax to get to the warship faster. The biggest technique of all that Silence would showcase in his 4158 is the whip jump. That's right, Silence was able to find a way to do the grounded whip swing animation in mid-air and long jump off of it. You can cross extremely large gaps with this technique, and it was used multiple times in the run. Silence actually plays the entire run in lock strafe mode rather than third person, which is probably just how he's always played. However, he does have to swap to third person when performing whip jumps as they are frame perfect in lock strafe. The whip jump was used on Crash Site to get from the very start of the level to an elevator on the other side, and once more on the way back to the ship, which is still how it's done in runs today. This method effectively allowed Silence to take a beeline straight to the end of the level, and then straight back, completing it all in just 35 seconds. Silence would also use the whip jump to discover one of the largest sequence breaks in the game. VR early. To the untrained eye, this doesn't look all that game-breaking. It's just a whip jump from one area to another. But if only you knew how much of the game this skips. Ratchet & Clank 3 runs on a linear progression system where you complete one planet after another until you beat the game. In a casual playthrough, the chart shown on screen is more or less the intended order to get to the end. Upon completing Annihilation Nation, the two next planets are Aquados and Tyrannosis. Once you've beaten these, you return to Starship Phoenix, and Helga has some new gadgets she wants you to test out in a virtual reality obstacle course. Upon reaching the end of the course, you get the coordinates to planet Dax, where you move along in the game as intended. The only known way to get into VR training at the time was the intended way through Helga's teleporter, which is only active once you've beaten Tyrannosis. Silence was able to discover that the VR simulation that Helga teleports you to is actually stored in the Starship Phoenix map, way out of bounds. After Silence completes Veldin and Florana, the first two planets, he gets to the Phoenix for the first time. He gets the coordinates to Marcadia, which he needs for a visit later in the run, and immediately heads out of bounds to get to VR early. This is achieved by getting close to this silver pod in the corner, and then clipping out of bounds with the mega turrets. Once out of bounds, Silence performs a very precise slope intercept, which is a way of high jumping off of sloped surfaces you normally wouldn't be able to stand on. Afterwards, there's not much of a visual cue to get into VR training, so Silence shoots the sniper rifle a couple times to make sure he's aiming in the right spot. After completing a very precise whiff jump into outer space, the level pops into existence. With this skip, Silence had completely eliminated Aquados and Tyrannosis from the run. The time save is difficult to estimate, but we're definitely talking minutes, probably over 5. Following VR early, Silence does most of the planets in a completely different order. Dax, normally the 7th planet casually, is now done 3rd, right after VR. To demonstrate how different this route is, allow me to put it up for comparison. Yeah. Definitely a stark contrast. I've spent most of my time discussing the left-hand side of the chart, but a keen-eyed viewer may notice that Iridia is missing on Silence's route. And that's because he managed to find a skip for that too. Iridia's only purpose in the game is to allow you to obtain the Warp Pad, which is a gadget that allows you to solve specific puzzles. This is used exclusively on Quark's hideout, so if there was a way to get to the end without needing the gadget, you could skip Iridia entirely. Now let's take a look at how Silence did it. This first neutral long jump is actually still done in runs today, since it's the quickest way to get out of bounds. The sloped terrain near the back end of Quark's hut is extremely awkward to scale, and Silence opts to use the Tira guys to stabilize, which was pretty unique for the time. After this, he enters the end of the level from behind, and hotfoots it back to the ship. On top of skipping planets, Silence would find many ways of skipping large chunks of the ones you do play. He found a skip at the start of Marcadia by charging off this egg-looking thing to get to the ship on the other side, and immediately begin the combat missions. Also on Marcadia, Silence would find Refractor Skip. The Refractor is an item you mainly use on a BOIII Gemini to redirect the laser around the map to lower a green force field. Silence found a clever clip through the force field using the Tira guys, which skipped grabbing the Refractor altogether. He also found this barrier skip in the Holostar flank section, which skips saving the gadget box. A quick 15 seconds. Silence would discover some pretty big turret clips as well. One here on a BOIII Draco skips you from the midpoint in the level to the end by charging through the air. Another one here at the end of Veldin skips the entire dogfight and gets you to the ship with a directional changing neutral long jump over the final gap. And another one on the Ratchet section of Holostar, where you clip immediately after you spawn into the Titanium Bolt Path, which has a teleporter to your ship atop a magnet strip. The final Silence discovery I want to cover for now might not be the most game-breaking or time-saving, but is one of the most creative skips he's come up with. This one really showcases his big brain. This is Planet Koros, the penultimate level of the game. Your starting position is down here, and you see that big turret way up there? That's where the end of the level is. The intended route has you walk your way around until you get to the interior of the turret, but we all know that Silence is going to do something crazy. Yup, 4 SIs off of a wall that doesn't even look close to being a surface you can do it on. He literally high jumps around the out of bounds part of the wall, glides back into the wall, and gets the crouching animation for a split second 4 times back to back. This definitely took some out of the box thinking, but at this point, it should be very clear what kind of genius we're dealing with. Considering that he already found several insane skips at this point, this one is just the cherry on top. The inclusion of the new skips and movement tech made the run significantly harder, turning it from any percent with the charge boots into a completely different beast. Even today, Ouya NG Plus is still considered by the majority to be the most brutal category to compete in across the entire Ratchet series. When the community discovered Silence's run, they also stumbled upon a couple of his other videos. Silence was, and is still, known to make some of the greatest glitch compilations for Ouya, once again showcasing his great mind. A handful of these were uploaded throughout 2013, all the way up into early 2014, right when the community discovered him. While the community was in awe of his skill, they weren't sure whether his 4158 was a single segment run or not, as it was uploaded in multiple parts. There was a language barrier, so it was hard to tell. Since the super serious and professional Google Docs leaderboards of 2014 only tracked single segment runs, they weren't sure whether it should be included. Silence would actually reply through the YouTube comments and confirm the speculation that his 4158 was indeed a segmented run. While this may have been disappointing for some, Silence was far from being done. All of the glitch videos he'd been uploading throughout 2013 and early 2014 held a subtle message that he was still playing, still finding glitches, and still honing his skills to become the best. This time, Silence was ready for round 2. He was going to blow the world's mind once again, and he was going to do it single segment. Silence's first single segment run would result in a 42:23, a time only 25 seconds slower than his segmented run. But Silence didn't just want to get close, he wanted to beat it. Silence had broken through the 40-minute barrier with 39:54, but the train wasn't stopping. (37:46) was and still is Silence's final time in Up Your Arsenal. June 6th, 2014 would be the last time Silence would lower this coveted record. The only notable improvements that Silence incorporated over the months was a faster VR early that skipped the lengthy SIs, better routes on Quark's Hideout and Metropolis, swapping to the PS2 version, which was a bit faster at the time, and skipping the Tira Guys on Annihilation Nation. The Tira Guys was used in 3 places in the run, and Silence found a way to obsolete them all. Another huge chunk of his time save was from better movement. Silence was now noticeably better at retaining top speed, doing the tricks he already knew with less setup, and innovating new movement strings to get him through the game quicker. Silence had single-handedly turned a beloved childhood classic into one of the most high-octane speed games on the PlayStation 2, The skill floor to learn even the most basic movements in the game is incredibly high. It must have taken Silence hours to master the movement and tricks and to become consistent at it all. For anyone else to get on his level, it came with the intimidating task of extracting the overload of information his runs contained. Our old moose friend, IN, seemed up for the task. Impressively enough, IN would be the first Western player that was able to learn the movement, learn the tricks, and follow Silence's route pretty closely. He would top out with a 41.04 when Silence had set a 39.13 just a day prior. A pretty good time, but a bit less than 2 minutes off. It's possible IN could have competed with Silence had he kept going, but chose to focus on other categories instead. Zem would return to WAW in October of 2014, but had a lot of catching up to do in terms of knowledge. IN and Rack 1 runner Slaughter would catch them up to date with Silence and his enormous change of the game's meta. Zen would learn Ratchet 3 New Game Plus from scratch and would embark on a 7-month-long grind to take down Silence, which is a testament to how ahead of his time he really was. While you may know Zem for being the big personality that he is today, these were some of his earliest streams, with his viewer count being between 5 and 20. But as he got better, he would draw more attention, and Silence would be toppled once and for all with a 37.20 on April 2nd, 2015. 2015 was also the year I got into the game, and when I got a good grasp of the movement, I decided to document the various groundwork Silence had laid out in form of the Ratchet & Clank 3 movement guide. This taught new players how to perform the techniques that Silence had discovered years prior. The video is fairly outdated, so it remains unlisted, but was the go-to tool for the time. Zem would go on to hold the record for a full 6.5 years, which is a story in and of itself. It was actually beaten very recently, in fact, by Tarna, a Polish runner who's been on Zem's tail along with Captain Wiffle for years at this point. This makes the WAW NG Plus World Record Holder Club very special and very small, only reserved for the most dedicated runners, and right now it sits at only 4 people, with this guy right here being the main reason so many people run this game today. While Zem and others definitely helped spread the word about Up Your Arsenal speedrunning, the game would not sell itself if it wasn't for Silence. He is the one who created the movement system we know and love today, and he's the one that found half of the tricks in the game that are still seeing use. Silence's influence was so monumental it would spawn immense optimization for Ratchet 2 as well. The movement system is very similar in Rack 2, and tricks like whip jumping with the wrench became stable tech that is used to this day. After Silence stopped doing runs in mid-2014, he would still continue to upload glitch compilation videos for Ratchet 3, with the occasional deadlocked video as well. 2018 would be the last time we would hear from Silence. He has not uploaded a video in 3.5 years. Silence is a bit of a mysterious character. He emerged from the shadows, posted groundbreaking videos, and vanished completely. Few things are known about this guy since there is a language barrier after all, but what we do know is that he was intelligent, innovative, and incredibly skilled. Some community members speculate that Silence couldn't have been doing it all by himself, and that there was a small Japanese community that were working things out together. Some speculate that Silence was incredibly skilled at WAW multiplayer, which has a hardcore fan base filled with players who all have incredibly good movement. Lag jumping was actually discovered on multiplayer, but most of the other tech used in speedruns isn't possible here because you're missing Clank on your back. Japan also never had WAW multiplayer available to play for the public, which means that Silence couldn't have been playing it. It's possible he was playing it with a ton of friends offline, but I'd say that's a stretch. What's more plausible is that Silence was an avid glitch hunter and was inspired by older glitch videos uploaded in the early days of YouTube. This theory is by far and large the most conceivable and is backed up by this YouTube comment replying to old school glitch hunter Chidori, where it states that he used to watch his glitch hunting videos all the way back in 2008. Silence never joined the community Skype group or the Discord when that was being created, so we have very little information to go off of. While we may not know a lot about the person behind these findings, we know a lot about what they did to the game. What presumably started as curiosity for an old game led to one man laying the groundwork for an incredible speedrun. While the world record is now 10 minutes faster, you gotta pay respects when it's due. It's safe to say that we wouldn't have a run this optimized and difficult if it wasn't for Silence. Whether or not he may show up again one day, the community is eternally grateful for everything he did. Thanks for watching, and special thanks to my patrons shown on screen. If you wish to support the channel, you can chip in a couple bucks a month to get your name shown on screen in the next video. As always, take care, and have a good one.
If I were to ask you what makes a speedrun bad, what would you say? You may think of long autoscreens where you're forced to play a level for a set amount of time. You may think of games with no good movements. You may think of games with elements of luck. You may even think of spots where runners reset if they mess up even one trick. Well, in Ratchet & Clank 3 Up Your Arsenal, or BOIII for short, the planet Marcadia has every bad quality you can think of, or at least it did. In this video, I'll be going over every detail of this planet, from how it evolved over the years to how it will become the greatest obstacle the community ever faced. This is the story of the 10 minutes that took 20 years to save. On Marcadia, Ratchet must save President Phyronix during an alien invasion. Marcadia breaks up into 3 distinct areas. The first area is the overworld, which is one big circle. The goal of the overworld is to go from your ship here at the start all the way to the dropship at the end. On the way, you fight creatures called Tyrannoids. In a casual playthrough, players beat the overworld in 2 minutes. Once you enter the dropship, you're taken to the arena, where you must complete 5 missions. In missions 1 and 2, 2 waves of enemies that spawn out of dropships and saucers. In mission 3, you man a turret and shoot down enemy dropships. Mission 4 is a timed mission, which is a sentence no speedrunner enjoys hearing. You're on a 2-minute timer, and the goal is to keep the Galactic Rangers safe as they repair the turret. On Mission 5, you have to turn 5 bolt ranks while mowing down enemies that try to stop you. Completing these missions takes around 10 or 15 minutes. After finishing the missions, you're taken to the final area of Marcadia. The Laser Defense Facility, or LDF for short, acts as a puzzle. Here, you're given a gadget called the Refractor. You use the refractor to move around lasers and finish the puzzle. It's a simple tutorial meant to prepare you for later puzzles. At the end, you meet up with Al, who gives you VidComic 1 for finishing the level. Finally, you go back to your ship and you exit the planet. LDF takes somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes. This is the full route of Marcadia. On December 9th, 2005, 1 year after BOII's release, this is how world record holder Cannibal K9 beat the level. As a heads up, for these earlier years of Ratchet history, the video quality is going to be a bit rough. When watching this run, it's clear he's executing strategies well above the level of a casual player. His overworld movement is intentional and fast. He knows all enemy patterns in Mission 2. On Mission 3, he's memorized all dropship spawns, shooting them down in a fast and cool-looking way. On Mission 4, he uses the 2-minute timer to his advantage by leveling up his weapons. To finish, he handles Mission 5 and LDF with ease. From the moment he lands on the planet to the moment he leaves, he clocks in a final time of 11 minutes and 31 seconds. Even in 2005, it's clear how much of an issue Marcadia is. A 2-minute timed mission with no skip button is by far the biggest offender. Still, it's not like the rest of the planet is that exciting either. There's nothing interesting or difficult about Marcadia. It's long, boring, and piss orange ugly. The next documented evidence of runners occurs between the years 2007 and 2010. A small community of strat hunters were working hard to break this game open. This included names like 12 Stephanie, Davy Crockett, Ultima Speedrunner, and many others. I was unable to find any evidence of a group chat between these people, so I believe this group communicated exclusively via YouTube videos, comment sections, and YouTube DMs lost at the time. The amount of glitches this group found would make up an entire video by itself. From Arcadia, though, they advanced the planet forward in 2 notable ways. The first advancement is clear right from the beginning. Cannibal K9 played from a fresh file, but these new runners were speedrunning in Challenge Mode, or New Game Plus. In Challenge Mode, you have gadgets and fully upgraded weapons available from the beginning. Weapons like the V8 Plasma Sword and the V8 Flux Rifle mow down enemies with ease. New Game Plus, or NG Plus for short, also gives players the charge moves. These moves rocket Ratchet forward at high speeds by double tapping R1. They save about 15 seconds on the overworld. But then there's the second advancement, and this is where things get interesting. On August 24th, 2009, runner Super Pro 6 Ouya would upload the video Ratchet and Clank 3 Speedrun Part 2. This video contains Marcadia's very first useful glitch. It also contains the very first victory runners would ever have in the war against this planet.
Come on, hurry, hurry! Please make a ticket. Yes! Wow, just in time. Alright, walkthrough wall still activated. Use the reflector because in some ways you cannot skip with the walkthrough walls. So some parts you have to do the laser. Trust me. Alright. Come on, hurry. Go. Alright, you should work. Okay, now skip everything.
This is Ouya's walk through walls. It's unusual. It's activated by putting Ratchet into a death animation and then saving him and dying. To show you what I mean, here's a clear example from Ratchet 1. Ratchet lands in the mud, which puts him, game design-wise, in a death state. Yet you can still use the swing shot to pull Ratchet to safety. This activates the walk through walls. Now that it's active, you can pass through every wall in the game for the next 10,000 frames, or 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Once 10,000 frames expire, walk through wall switch ends and you can no longer pass through walls. Witness as this Lombax becomes trapped in this room forever. Walk through walls glitch was later renamed to Ghost Ratchet because it's a cooler name. Now, let's return to Ouya. At the end of Mission 5, there's a cutscene that plays before you enter the laser defense facility. This cutscene is the key to the whole operation. If you are below this ledge as the cutscene loads, Ratchet touches the mud and drowns. Then, the cutscene pulls you out of the drowning animation and puts you back in the dropship. This activates Ghost Ratchet on LDF. From here, you grab the refractor and do the laser puzzle until you pull down this bridge. After, you use Ghost Ratchet to skip the last couple of rooms. Runners have to do enough of the laser puzzle to lower this bridge, since there's no way to jump across this large gap. Still, cutting through the last few rooms saves quite a lot of time. This new discovery marks the first time something in Marcadia will break. Even though any of these runners could have lowered the best Marcadia segment, none of them ever would. The Ratchet community, like most speedrun communities, only accepts single segment runs. None of these runners ever completed a full single segment run of the game. They uploaded all their runs over many videos due to the YouTube upload limit being 15 minutes at the time. The burden of pushing Marcadia would fall on 3 important runners. The first important runner was Insomniac Nintendo, or IN as we call him. IN was nothing short of a prodigy. He began speedrunning Ouya at the age of 13, and he burst onto the scene with confidence. Within a few months, he took the world record for any percent right out of the hands of whoever this guy is. IN was also one of the most creative strat hunters of his time. For Marcadia, his experiments led to 2 new ideas. The first idea involved how runners moved between missions. At the end of every mission, a mission complete screen pops up. After a few seconds, the screen goes black and you select the next mission from the dropship. Instead of waiting for the screen to go black, IN discovered you can pause the game and select any mission. You can do this on missions 1, 2, 3, and 4, saving a couple seconds each time. You can't do this on mission 5 though. You still can jump into the mud and set up Ghost Ratchet at the end. Still, quitting missions saves about 10 seconds in total between missions 1 through 4. IN's second idea changed how we do LDF. Earlier, I said we needed to solve enough of the laser puzzle to pull down this bridge. The whole process takes about a minute and it's very boring. Instead, Ian found that you could cut the third room all the way across the gap by double jumping through this wall. This cut out the need to do the laser puzzle at all. On February 15, 2014, Ian showed off these new ideas in his 1 hour, 2-minute world record NG Plus run. In this run, Ian pushed the best Arcadia all the way down to a blistering 7 minutes and 44 seconds. The second of these 3 very important runners was named Silence. Silence was Japanese with little knowledge of the English language. This in turn isolated him from the rest of the community who were all English speakers. Despite being all by himself, Silence transformed Ouya more than anyone else. He revolutionized the game's movement to levels never seen before in our community. He broke every planet in the game and lowered the world record by 25 minutes within the span of a few months. Silence made 2 huge contributions to Arcadia. In the overworld, Silence realized something clever. The dropship at the end of the level is right near the beginning of the level. I mean, you can see it right from where you spawn. So, rather than go all the way around, why not cut right through? At the start, Silence double jump hyper strikes on top of a tree that's 90% out of bounds. He high jumps and glides down onto this bulb. As he touches the bulb, he charges across the gap. He cancels his charge by firing the shotgun. A hyper strike sends Ratchet over the last part of the gap. Finally, Sideward punches the dropship right as it spawns. Here's the whole thing again. But the real fun is here on LDF. Here on the start, Silence angles himself to the left. He charges, cancels the charge, and long jump hyper strikes through the wall. This skips the refractor to his right, as well as the refractor cutscene that takes a little over 6 seconds. But that's nothing compared to what's next. After charging into the third room, Silence uses a trick called slow intercepting. By gliding down onto a sloped object, Silence has a fraction of a second where he can input another high jump. After 2 SIs, Silence positions Ratchet where the blue texture meets the ceiling to get one last hit. Instead of high jumping, he charges forward into the abyss. He releases the left hand on stick to a neutral position while holding L1 and mashing square. Once neutral, Ratchet's charge ends and he throws the wrench. This wrench toss is not supposed to happen in midair. This is only possible because holding L1 gives Ratchet a moment of being on the ground. In this moment, Silence high jumps and hyper strikes to reach the floor above. He charges forward to Al and finishes LDF. Let's take a look at that one more time. I want to point out that this whole sequence is something that would scare runners today, let alone in 2014. Messing up this trick at all is a guaranteed reset. If missed, Ratchet falls out of bounds and plummets hundreds of meters to his eventual death. Runners then lose Ghost Ratchet and have to do the entire refractor normally. Silence does this without hesitation. After all, risky strats like these were the trademark of Silence's playstyle. On June 6, 2014, Silence pushed the best Arcadia down to 6 minutes and 50 seconds. The third very important runner is me, Zem motherfucking 92. I have a deeper history speedrunning this game at a world record level than anyone else. Also, you should subscribe to me if you've been enjoying this video so far. From the period of 2015 to 2021, I made sure I was the only person allowed to have world record in NG+, the best category. Over that period of time, I lowered world record down from 37 minutes to 27 minutes. I know we're jumping ahead a bit, and there's a good reason why. It's because there were no major skips found for these 6 years. You may hear that and think there were no optimizations. That would be wrong. My playstyle is surgical precision. I take pride in the thousands of hours I poured into this game, squeezing out every last millisecond of time save. Because of this, almost every section of Marcadia surged in difficulty. To preserve both the history of this planet and my selfish legacy, I want to show you something. This is my best Marcadia from the year 2020. The first thing you may notice is that the game looks much nicer. Runners play on PlayStation 3 now, since it's faster than PS2. On the overworld, I start by jumping forward and firing the plasma storm to clear the enemies. This gives me the space to perform something wild. I do a turret proxy over the gap, hyper strike, and charge into the dropship. At the start of mission 1, I kill the 5 enemies on the ground.
Everything is coming up Millhouse.
I set up turrets and rifts on the left side of the arena. These will kill any enemy that spawns. Then, I snipe every ship the instant it's visible. At the end, I take out these last 2 saucers and throw Ratchet into the mud as the mission complete screen pops up. On PS3, runners cannot pause and quit the mission while the game is auto-saving. So, we drown Ratchet instead. On mission 2, I once again snipe every ship the instant it's visible. I'm careful not to fire at the center of the ships since they take no damage there. I charge out to the side here so I can hit the last ship as soon as possible and jump into the mud. On mission 3, I lead every turret shot on these dropships. Unfortunately, mission 4 is still a 2-minute timed mission. At the end of the 2 minutes, I mess up badly. I death abuse before the mission complete screen pops up. This mistake would kill 99% of runs. I, however, got lucky. I died exactly 1 frame before the mission complete screen came up. This is the first possible frame that you can death abuse. As you can see, mission 5 waits for me in the dropship menu after I die. This is my accidental frame perfect death. Mission 5 is I know what enemies I need to kill and when I need to kill them. I set up Ghost Ratchet with ease. LDF has seen quite a few changes over the years. Rather than explain, I'll just show you.
You must also love them. Logically, it pans out. Not super good, not super good.
When it comes to all the strats found so far on Marcadia, this is roughly as good as it gets. But as of this run, on July 8th, 2020, Marcadia is still 6 minutes and 2 seconds long. For context, this is a 27-minute run with 16 different planets. Marcadia alone is more than 20% of the category's total playtime. Nobody enjoyed how long this planet is, not even me. Before we move on, there are 2 advancements after this I need to point out for historical accuracy. The first is a skip on mission 3 found by a runner named BOIII. You see, at the start of mission 3, Ratchet walks into the turret. You have no control over Ratchet during this time. BOIII found you could throw the Agents of Doom out as Ratchet begins to walk. If you were lucky, the agents would jump as Ratchet touched them. This launches Ratchet over the turret, allowing you to use the sniper rifle instead. This saves about 25 seconds, but it's based on luck, creating a massive reset point in the run. As you can imagine, people complained about this. BOIII got annoyed with the complaints, so he looked for an alternative. He finds an old clip from 2016. In this clip, runner Yoshi gets stuck on mission 3. In theory, you have no control over Ratchet as he walks to the turret. It turns out you can throw mega turrets in first person and block Ratchet's path. Once an enemy hits you, you gain control of Ratchet. Unfortunately, Yoshi Pro's method was a bit too slow to runs. BOIII steals this concept and does it faster. At the end of Mission 2, you can equip the Mega Turrets and go into first person. Then, when Mission 3 starts, you have one chance to throw 2 turrets with absolute precision. If you do it right, the turrets block Ratchet's path and push him past the big turret. Once he's passed, you have full control of Ratchet and you snipe every ship. It's very difficult, as fast as Agent Proxy, and 100% consistent. So, if you ever complain to BOIII again, he'll tell you, skill issue. The other historic advancement is the first Ratchet 3 tool-assisted speedrun. Community member Leora Moon released this task on December 16, 2020. This task is mind-blowing, and it takes every strat to the absolute extreme. There's perfect movement, sniper wall bangs, Mission 3 turret skip, hell, even Mission 4 is fun to watch. This task completed Marcadia in 5 minutes and 2 seconds, beating my best Marcadia by a full minute. Now don't get me wrong, all of this history so far is important, but right here is where we hit a dead end. Because no matter how much faster these missions get, or how many new tricks we add, or how many precious seconds we save, Marcadia still isn't interesting. But you know what would be interesting? Skipping the missions. That would be pretty interesting. Of course we thought about mission skip. We dreamed and joked about it a lot over the years, but it just never seemed possible. So let's step back a few years from 2020, and let's take this story a different route. On February 11th, 2017, a runner named Smokeglove had an idea. You see, runners had known for many years that, location-wise, LDF sat way above the overworld. We knew this from all the years of accidentally falling out of LDF. But Smokeglove was the first person to test whether it was possible to reach LDF from the overworld. Here, Smokeglove is using Cheat Engine. He locks Ratchet's height at 315 meters, demonstrated here by the Z value. After exploring the skies for a bit, Smokeglove finds a dropship floating above the level. Upon entering and exiting the dropship, Ratchet steps out not in the overworld, but in LDF. Smokeglove skips all 5 missions. All debates about the possibility of mission skip were put to rest in an instant. It was possible, but it wasn't going to be easy. Ratchet spawns on the overworld at a Z coordinate of 98 meters. The LDF dropship sits all the way at 320 Z. There's no possible way to launch Ratchet 222 meters in the air. We tried and we quickly failed. A whole year goes by, and most of it, we can't even figure out where to begin. At this point, if we're going to figure out mission skip, someone's going to have to find something crazy. This is Weasel. It's May 21st, 2018, and he's at the start of a speedrun. It starts out normal, but it wasn't going to stay that way for long. Something crazy was about to happen.
What the? What? It hard locked? I got nano pack? I don't even have that.
In this video titled, I Broke Ouya, Tweezle charges forward at a wall. He tries to select his turrets from the quick select ring, but his turrets aren't there. A device called the nanopack sits in that slot instead. Not only has he never picked up the nanopack at any point on this file, it's also not supposed to be an item you can select at all. Hence, why his game crashed. To further add to this mystery, there's a unique texture that's overwritten Tweezle's shield on the right, and it's called pound sign? So what exactly happened here? Well, to be honest, no one had any clue. After doing a bit of digging, we managed to find some old forum posts. These posts dated as far back as 2012, and they all said the same thing. Weird, unexplained glitches only found on the PS3 port. A great strat hunter named Isak watches Tweezle's VOD. It gives him an idea. He thinks maybe this happened because Tweezle quit the game. It sounds a bit strange, but why not test it? He asks Tweezle to quit out to the main menu before starting the run. And just like that, it happens again. This was not fully understood at first. Still, it became obvious that this glitch had possibilities. One clip had glitched the camera and the heads-up display. Another had forced the weapon XP bar onto the HUD. Another clip showed Tweezle getting an item that cost
High number of negative cash.
There was a big issue though. No one else could get it to work on their PS3s. It only worked for Tweezle. As he played, he would quit out in various places to see what would happen. He stumbled upon a bugged-out Gadgetron vendor. This vendor allowed him to purchase any item, even ones that were unobtainable. We needed more eyes on this to figure it out. Tweezle uploaded his save file to the Discord so runners could use it on their PS3s. It led to some amazing moments.
There's no vendor. It doesn't. Oh, instantly opens vendor.
Hold your hands on.
He was facing the wrong way at the beginning of the play. What the fuck?
Oh my fucking.
What is going on?
I came to pick you up.
It was clear we weren't going to figure it out by just guessing. So, in 2019, runner and strat who does this username decided to data mine the game. What he found was that none of these crazy effects were random. Every last one happened because of values we put into the game by pressing quit. These values are the current planet, the bolt count, the challenge level, and the amount of frames played. Here's an example of how this can work. By setting the bolt count to 1.52 million volts, we can consistently put items in the vendor. By changing the other values, we're able to change them in the vendor. We're skipping over this explanation since a full video is on its way. But we can even use this to put the Levitator, an item exclusive to Ratchet 2, into a vendor on Ratchet 3. This includes the Master Plan. This is an item that unlocks Quark's hideout, one of the last levels in the game. You normally get the Master Plan at the end of the planet right before Quark's hideout.
And look! Footprints! Someone else made it off that ship alive.
We must have just missed them. This pocket crotchetizer is still warm.
Ew.
By putting it in the vendor on Marcadia, we can skip well over half the game. This trick is called Quit Exploit, and it's the most powerful tool we've ever found. But here's the thing. None of this actually led to mission skip. At least, not yet. The problem is, you still have to beat Marcadia to use the Master Plan. If Quit Exploit, or QE, was going to skip these missions, we needed to use it differently. And let me tell you, Username came up with something different. These are flux flips. This particular QE setup changes the way the Flux rifle works. Usually, the game runs code that makes it, you know, act like a sniper rifle. But with this QE setup, every time you pull the Flux rifle out, it resets the player state. In other words, Ratchet can side flip like he's on the ground, even in midair. So you side flip, pull out the Flux rifle, side flip, pull out the Flux rifle, side flip, pull out the Flux rifle. You do this all the way until you reach the LDF dropship at Z equals 320 meters. It may not be the sexiest looking skip, but it does the job faster than anything else. So that's it. We found early LDF. We solved Marcadia forever, and everyone was happy with it. Oh wait, sorry, that's not what happened. We actually banned Flux flips. After a few months, it was clear no one wanted to do this. So there's one gigantic problem with Flux flips. You can't legitimately set up a file to do them, ever. When Username explored the setup, he used save editing. This avoids having to set up each value himself. If you wanted to set up a legitimate Flux Flip QE file for runs, you would have to do the following 6 steps. 1. Get a file with 1.2 million bolts. 2. Leave your PS3 on for 2 years. 3. Quit the game. 4. Re-enter your file and trigger an autosave. This activates quit exploit and underflows your bolt value to negative 578 million. 5. Leave your PS3 on for 3 more months. 6. Quit the game again, except this time you have to quit within a 4-frame window. That's 0.067 seconds. Otherwise, the game crashes and you have to start from the beginning. 2 years and 3 months gone in an instant. Some people may say, but Zem, who cares? Just make a cheated file and send it to everyone. This strat is too fast to lose. No. In the Ratchet community, we value accessibility. We like giving people the option to make their own files if they want. Some would disagree with that, and that's fine. You can go ahead and make your own Flux Flip file. We may have found a solution, but we didn't find the right solution. So onwards we went, continuing to dream of early LDF. At the very least, we knew quit exploit put us on the right track. Remember, we can use QE to put items in the vendor. And as it turns out, there's one gadget that could solve this whole issue. This is the Tiraguise. The Tiraguise is an item that lets you transform into a Tyrannoid. Casually, you use this to sneak into dangerous areas like Dr. Nefarious' secret lair. IN, the prodigy runner and strat hunter from earlier, found an insane piece of tech with this gadget. Back in 2015, he discovered he could use the Tiraguise to infinitely jump in the air. This idea was dismissed from Arcadia mission skip for 2 reasons. Number 1, you unlock the Tiraguise on Annihilation Nation, the level after Marcadia. Number 2, even if you could use the Tiraguise in Arcadia, infinite jumping takes forever. A perfect infinite jump gives you barely any height. Most infinite jumps don't give you any height at all. Getting to 320Z would take way too long, even if it was done perfectly. However, there was a lost technique hidden in a YouTube video from 2017. In this video, a runner named Sneaky did this. This is a Tira flip. Sneepy's potato camera from 7 years ago makes this a bit hard to see. But make no mistake, put this side by side with Flux flips and they look almost the same. What's even better, it's 100% possible without leaving your PS3 on for 2 years. So why was this strat lost? Well, Tira flips are fucking hard. When in the air, hold triangle and select the Tiraguise. Then, press square as Ratchet is transforming. Once he transforms, press triangle to exit the Tiraguise. Hold L1 while transforming back. let go of L1, and input the side flip with R1, X, and left or right. The inputs are fast and the timing is very precise. Moreover, it takes at least 80 tier flips in a row to go from the ground to the LDF dropship. If you mess up any of them, you fall with it, and it takes about 5 more to regain the height. In 2020, BOIII, the runner who found Mission 3 turret skip, decided to master tier flips. It took 2 straight months of practice. On October 13th, 2020, BOIII would be the first person to tier flip all the way up RTA. 2 months later, on December 19th, 2020, BOIII would follow it up by being the very first person to do it in a run. He clutches LDF afterwards, which is also more difficult now. Keep in mind, with no Mission 5, there's no more Ghost Ratchet. So, BOIII has to find the line and hit a precise insta-clip through the wall with a turret. He then has to insta-whip out into the void and do a few more tier flips to get to the end. I hope it's clear why it took BOIII months of attempts to pull this off. He beats Marcadia in 4 minutes flat, crushing Leora's task by over a minute. As amazing as these new strats were, they were also a giant pain in the ass for runners. Tier flips were hard on the hands and hard on our patience. We also moved QE runs to their own category. So now, there's NG Plus no QE, which is the fun category people like. NG Plus with QE is miserable. Now, in NG Plus, you start a run and do 2 planets. Then, you go to Marcadia and your run dies here 99% of the time. 1% of the time, you beat Marcadia, play 4 more levels, and the game ends. It's no wonder we also call this category, oops, all Marcadia. So where do we go from here? We've finally broken the impossible barrier of gaining height. But it's kind of cringe, and you can only do it in one category. Now, we need to gain that height in a way that's faster, easier, and doable in all categories. So the search continues. If something will push Marcadia further, it will have to be out of the ordinary once again. Well, what happened on April 25th, 2021 wasn't out of the ordinary. It was bizarre. On that fateful day, an unknown glitch hunter named Lashotson uploaded a video. And when I say unknown, I mean 12 YouTube subscribers unknown. To say this video changed Marcadia would be an understatement. This video would destroy everything we knew about BOIII. This is the Ratchet and Clank Suck Cannon Stasis Glitch. The Stasis Glitch is also called the Box Proxy, Box, or Box Eat. To perform it, start by sucking a crate with a suck cannon. Then, switch weapons before the box gets swallowed. This causes the box to freeze in midair. Stand on top of the box and swap the suck cannon back out. The box gets swallowed in an instant, and the speed of the box launches Ratchet. We had never seen anything like this before, and it was spellbinding. Half a dozen different runners spent the next 24 hours launching Ratchet off of any box they could. They took their best findings and put them together into one video. They called this video Straight from the Vault. These boxes are incredible. There's so many creative ways to launch Ratchet. Of course, the first thing people tried was box eating to LDF. Unfortunately, it did not work. The highest boxies got us to Z equals 190 meters, a far cry from the necessary 320Z. Yet runners dogpiled on the idea of launching ourselves as high as possible in boxing. The higher we could go, the fewer the tier flips we had to do. The fewer the tier flips, the faster Marcadia could get too. The first Marcadia to use boxies was on July 6th, 2021. In this run, BOIII used a box near the beginning to launch himself way up in the air before starting Tiraflips. This particular Marcadia was not the best. BOIII would make up for it on September 25th, 2021 by getting the first BOIII NG Plus world record with boxies. This Marcadia clocked in a final time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. The potential for boxies was only beginning. Our next goal, boxy all the way to LDF. Time went on and we got better at boxies. Progress was stalling though. We were stuck at 190Z and we were out of ideas on how to go higher. Once again, it would take something out of the ordinary to push us further. Well, what happened on March 24th, 2022 wasn't out of the ordinary. It was a miracle. A strat hunter named Joao came out of nowhere and dropped a bomb of a video in the community Discord. He called it On the Way to Marcadia, and it covered a few potential methods for early LDF. One method was especially interesting. In this method, Joao starts Marcadia by going over the gap and entering the dropship. Once in the dropship, he selects Return to your ship. This takes him back to the beginning and sets a checkpoint inside the dropship. Then, he does something strange. Remember the refractor that sits at the start of LDF? It sits at a height of 311Z. If you go high enough, you can actually grab it from the overworld. As a matter of fact, you can grab it much lower than 311Z. The refractor trigger extends all the way down to 245Z. Now, we knew this. At the time, though, it didn't lead us anywhere. When you grab the refractor from the overworld, you fall to your death 100% of the time. Then, you respawn back at the beginning. By storing a checkpoint inside the dropship like Joao did, though, this changes. Now, when Joao picks up the refractor, the dropship moves to LDF. He falls, dies, and respawns in the dropship. Since the dropship is at LDF now, he just exits. And look at that, he walks right out into LDF. This all means, rather than launching Ratchet to 320Z, we only need to grab the refractor.
Insane new BOIII NG Plus strat, 1 minute time save, incredible. I never know when you're actually being serious when you say that kind of stuff. I'm fucking serious? Wait, you're actually serious right now? Seriously? And no QE or an NG Plus or both? Some guy randomly joined the Discord and dropped the hottest NG Plus QE strat? What the fuck? Alright, this is apparently like a 1 minute time save. On the way to Marcadia skip. Only the first method is worth watching. Yo, what the fuck? That was an insane boxy. What the hell? This is a hacked strat. Like, you can't do these double jumps, but you can do Tiraflips instead. He just doesn't know how to do Tiraflips. Wait, what? What the fuck is happening? Just wait for it? What am I waiting for? What? I don't understand what I just watched.
Yeah,
Oh, it works! That's so fucking sick. It actually works. Nice.
It actually works?
It works.
That shit is so dope. But how the fuck did this guy just pop up and found this shit? What the fuck, dude?
He's on alpha male.
Like, I wonder how much that saves. Like that has to be so much expensive.
It saves 50. It saves 50 Z of derivatives and the wave to down.
Yeah. Because like before it was like, oh, easy the refractive warp that can save a lot of time, and also the invisible trigger can save a lot of time. Now it's literally just the refractive warp.
Okay, so
and you don't have to do as many moves. Right?
Yeah.
That's fucking lit.
Joao shocked the entire community with his genius, and he was only getting started. Whenever he could, he tested any of the 42 skip ideas he theory-crafted in his notebook. None of them ended up working. He persisted nonetheless. And in May 2022, he found a way to catch the refractor even lower. To the untrained eye, it doesn't look like anything is different. If you saw my video on FOVscale though, you already know the in-game camera is a physical actor. Joao uses this to his advantage. By going into lock strafe mode, you can place the camera above Ratchet. The camera then activates the refractor, extending its collection trigger. At this spot, the camera is 6 meters over Ratchet's head. This means the height requirement lowers from 245Z to 239Z. The problem is that there's no more height to squeeze out of boxies. As I stated previously, the highest boxies launch us to 190Z, but most boxies only go as high as 175Z. Joao needs to combine this new idea with something else. Let's go back to the video straight from the vault. It should be obvious when I show it again. What the hell is up with these bounces? For whatever reason, after boxing, Ratchet will bounce on some sloped surfaces. In this pass by Leora Moon, they show you can even bounce multiple times. Up until now, few bothered to experiment with bounces at all. There was no way you'd be able to bounce from 190Z all the way to 320Z. With the height requirement lowered to 239Z though, bouncing can work. Joao made a mock video of what this could look like. It's tough to visualize this with the cheat system he's using, but there is an idea there. Unfortunately, this mock draft was completely overlooked by the community. At this point though, that's not going to stop Joao. Curiosity alone drove him forward. In August 2022, he took matters into his own hands and learned how to make TASes. He calculated the right angles and trajectories. Then, he put it together. This route is crazy. An optimized boxy, 2 frame-perfect mid-air charges, and a bounce on the roof of a nearby tower. A frame-perfect wrench swing, and 3 more frame-perfect mid-air charges. A whip jump, a switch to lock strafe, and finally, a hyper-strike to reach the refractor. Let's be very clear. This is not realistic at the human level. Still, with this proof of concept, Joao knew it could work. So, it was time for Joao to give it a crack himself. Once again, boxies launch you at different angles and different speeds. The ones that go up to 190Z give you no speed. Some launch you with an insane amount of speed, but barely give you any height. Both of these are undesirable for this line. What Joao needs is the perfect boxing. An arched 45-degree line that sends him to 175Z with just the right speed. How is he going to do this? Well, that's the hard part. No one fully knows how this trick works. So how does Joao test this? By trying hundreds, if not thousands of times. The more sample sizes, the more chances to get lucky and figure something out. So, Joao spent the next 4 months firing Ratchet off of boxes. If he could just get the perfect 175Z line one time, he would bounce. Unfortunately, Joao would not bounce a single time. It was not for lack of effort. He tested every box he could find. He tested rotating the boxes to different shapes. Every idea, every theory, every hunch, Joao tested them all. And by the end of 2022, he couldn't do it. The closest he got was a launch in the exact right direction at 174Z. 1 year off from salvation. Joao had a wall. He needed a new idea to relight the spark. Right when he needed it, a strat hunter named Pentali dropped a video. Pentali had also been testing boxies. His idea wasn't perfect, but it showed promise. Now, Joao had tried this particular idea in the past to no success. At this point, though, what did he have to lose? First, Joao found a column on a tower perfect for bouncing. Hitting a bounce was a huge step forward. Then he found a great box, the best box shape, and the best position on the box. He found the best direction for the launch. He even updated his fancy mathematical trajectory sheet. And for his efforts, he came up 2 meters short. Can you imagine his pain? Everything he tries barely doesn't work. He was losing motivation and had one idea left. Sometimes he would get different amounts of height off the bounce. He didn't know why, so it was time to figure it out. For the last time, Joao tested. You know, it's funny. For as smart as Joao was, he never expected the answer to be so simple. He was trying to double jump out of a bounce, but he missed the timing. His attempt at a precise double jump accidentally turned into mindless button mashing. As he mashed the X button, he glided in the air and shot way up to 250Z. He caught the refractor. After 13 months and over 600 hours of testing, Joao finally achieved his goal. On April 21st, 2023, he shared his findings with the community. No one knew what to think.
We go back to the ship. All right, we're going to set up a boxing here. Very curious about the boxing here. I'm going to shut up and just watch. What? How the fuck did he gain all that height? Wait, how did he get that last fucking boost? Bro.
Wow. The community reacted with shock, awe, and a lot of passion. But even through the doubts, we tried it out and it worked. On April 29th, 2023, Pentali was the first person to see the full thing in real time. We've done a lot of work in the last 2 years, so let's jump into 2025. We've labbed boxing so much that early LDF is now 100% consistent. A runner named Scott Bozo made a tutorial, so now everyone who runs this game can do it. Let's go over to Arcadia one last time. You start with the turret proxy like normal. Then, you clear the enemies and bonk into this wall. You suck up the box, switch to a different weapon, and die. This lets you both store the box and reset its position when you respawn. After respawning, you put Ratchet into the dropship to set a checkpoint. You do another turret proxy to go back to the box. You jump on top of the box. Then, double jump and select the shot cannon quick select. By doing this a specific way, you freeze the ammo crate in this spot every time. You line up the camera, jump, and launch Ratchet. Once you bounce, you mash X and glide all the way to the refractor. After dying and spawning in the dropship, you press triangle to enter LPF. You clear the enemies, charge the boxes, suck one up, and store it in the air. You move it to the right position, jump on it, line up the camera, and box it again to the end. This strategy is consistent, and we do it in every single category. It saves entire minutes over what we used to do, and it's satisfying as hell. And that is pretty much everything. 20 years of combined effort from an entire community, and we did the impossible. From Cannibal Canine paving the way to Super Pro 6 Ouya finding Ghost Ratchet. IN, Silence, and I raising the standards of movement. Smoke Glove's cheat engine. Tweezel breaking everything by quitting the game. Does this username's data mine? Reali's patience with insane amounts of teraflips. LaChance's miracle boxing strat. Joao's persistence in the face of hardship. All these people and many more. We were only able to do this because we shared a common love of taking a space weasel and making it go faster. We took an uninteresting mess of a planet with every bad quality you could imagine, and we made it better. We made Arcadia beautiful, not because we had to, but because we wanted to. And now, I present the fastest Arcadia ever done as of today. This is Bullen beating Arcadia in 1 minute and 9 seconds. Subscribe if you enjoyed this video, and thank you for watching.
PS3 only, early LDF. Early LDF is never happening.
First, we beat Ratchet & Clank 1 without buying any packs. Then we beat Ratchet & Clank 2 without ever rescuing Clank. This time, in the third game, we are forced to have Clank on our backs with all packs available right at the start. So we'll just have to be careful not to use those packs, as we once again try to find out, can you beat Ratchet & Clank 3 without packs? Yes you can. It's not even that hard. There's so little platforming in this game compared to the first two. We even used a debug code built into the PS3 HD version of the game to manually remove the helipack and the thruster pack from our gadgets menu, and it was still too easy. For some reason, Ratchet's double jump height has received a buff in the third game, just in case it wasn't already easy enough. We can even get all the titanium bolts and in-game trophy collectibles. So we had to take this a step further. What is that? Can you beat Ratchet and Clank 3 without jumping? Let's find out. Let's look at the rules, but first, I need to tell you that this video is brought to you in partnership with NordVPN. It's important to stay safe online nowadays, and hackers are as common as ever. Wi-Fi networks, especially free public Wi-Fi networks, can be compromised by criminals after your data. The solution is NordVPN software. It allows you to encrypt your online traffic and change your device's IP address, which secures your privacy and makes you harder to track online. It's so easy to use, it's just one click to turn on, or you can even set it to turn on automatically. NordVPN doesn't mess around either. It's confirmed by speed tests that this is the fastest VPN there is. What's more, the same account can be used across 6 devices, and they range from Android, iOS, macOS, and Linux. Even your Android TV supports NordVPN. They go the extra mile too with something called threat protection, which prevents malware and even blocks ads. The cherry on top is that you can use NordVPN to change your virtual location on your device. For example, the new Matilda musical movie is not available on the UK Netflix. But by using NordVPN, we can open a map with a single click and we can change our location to America. And now, the Matilda musical movie is right there, ready to watch. You can get an exclusive NordVPN deal at nordvpn.com/NG+. That's nordvpn.com/NG+. It's completely risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Thanks for checking out NordVPN, and thank you, NordVPN, for partnering with us on this video. Back to the rules. Rule number 1. We cannot jump at all, either with Ratchet or Clank. A jump must be initiated with the X button to count as a jump. Rule number 2. We must play every single planet in the game. We must not completely skip any of them. Skips within the planets are fine, we just won't be skipping over them. Rule number 3. We will be playing a new game plus, following on from our practice run. And finally, rule number 4. Once we defeat Nefarious at the end of the game, we will. So, just so we're clear on what counts as a jump, there will be no regular jumps, high jumps, long jumps, side flips, or back flips. This also means no wall jump. Since you can't do a normal jump anyway, you likely won't ever be able to wall jump. This should be interesting. In fact, we live streamed this whole challenge run with the Ratchet and Clank goat himself, Zeb.
Angled like a little bit more, yeah, like a little bit more to the left like you were before.
Like this?
Yeah.
Am I moving forward at the same time?
Yes, yeah, definitely move forward.
So I knew we were in good hands. If ever there's an insane strat that literally took years to learn and perfect, I will be showing footage of Zeb performing those very strats. We start the game on planet Veldin, and right away we need to follow our robot friends up these ledges. Since we have a full inventory of all the game's weapons, we have a couple of options here. But we can use this opportunity to show an example of a proxy. The game remembers the last 3 things we equipped on the top left corner of the screen, and tapping triangle toggles between them. For this proxy, we need the shock cannon and the turret gun back to back in this list. We also need to use our charge boost for this. Now, with our shock cannon in hand, we face towards this plant at about this distance. We charge into the plant with a double R1. As soon as we are about to hit the plant, we press both the triangle and the circle at the same time. This will both fire our shock cannon and swap to our turret glove at the same time. Firing the shock cannon during a charge will cancel the charge, but Ratchet will still carry some forward momentum into the slide. As soon as we have both cancelled the charge and swapped weapons, we mash circle immediately after to spam the turrets. Ratchet will perform the animation of throwing a turret during the slide into the plant. And since the plant is sort of slope-shaped, we will slide right up it to restore momentum. With the height that we gain off this, we can move in midair and land on the upper ledge nearby. The very next small gap can just be charged over. Then, to get up here, we could just strafe walk up the circular ramp to the right and get straight in. The rest of this area can be beaten just fine without jumping, until we get to the drop ship. When we enter the drop ship, Ratchet will run automatically and jump out of the opening to fall to the next area. Even though this jump occurs automatically, we still want to find a way to skip this. It turns out, if you have the suck cannon equipped, you can hold the straight button and the circle button as you enter the dropship to retain some control in the dropship. This allows you to do certain things like enter first person, or swap and fire. Ratchet will still run and jump out automatically. There was the idea that we could use turrets or the Agents of Doom to try and block Ratchet's walk cycle, but the game wouldn't take no for an answer. However, a method was found recently by the strat hunter, WAW. The initial setup is the same. Equip the suck cannon, hold strafe and circle, but we also need to hold the left analog stick down right. We keep these held as Ratchet enters the dropship. As soon as Ratchet is standing inside, we mash circle and R1 together several times, and right as Ratchet is about to jump, we mash circle and R1 again. There seems to be some randomness to it, but when it works, it seems like this. Now we can just walk over the edge of the ship manually to continue the level as normal. There is now one final battle on this planet, with a bit of platforming at the end. When the first few wave of enemies are defeated, some more enemies will break down a big metal gate. This is the path we need to head down, but we need to get a high up ledge. It seemed to be far trickier than the last time, but we can once again perform the same proxy that we used at the very start. We have the shock cannon and the turret glove ready to go. We charge into the wall with a slight just triangle and circle together at the same time, and then that circle to the proxy sends Ratchet upwards. After we defeat the flying ship here, the bridge will extend to our ship. But if we wanted to clear this gap without defeating the ship, we can just do a precise charge cancel. We mentioned that firing the shock cannon during a charge will cancel the charge, but retain a bit of forward momentum. The timing is tricky, but if we charge over the edge here and cancel the charge with the cannon in midair at the perfect time, Ratchet will lose less height and have just enough momentum to land on this metal platform. Now, to get up here, all we have to do is strafe over the edge to the left. Ratchet will fall and grab on. We can then pull ourselves up here, since this is using Ratchet's arms and not considered a jump. We have beaten the tutorial. Now we arrive at Planet Florana, and there is a considerable amount of platforming on this level. Things like jumping across gaps over deadly swamps, wall jumping to reach higher ladders, etc. But what if we could skip all of this? It turns out this level's end is right next to the beginning of it. This drawbridge would normally lower once we reach the other side to create a shortcut to the end, and we want to get around that drawbridge right from the start. All we have to do is charge over the swamp and walk the grass on the right side of the bridge. As soon as we hit the grass, hold down the X button, and since we were charging, Ratchet won't jump. Instead, we will walk over the grass and into the tree. If we walk at a precise angle towards the tree, Ratchet will start to gain height due to the tree being slightly sloped. With enough height, we can get over the invisible wall blocking our way and hover down to the ground on the other side. This skips a decent portion of this planet and begins the second half of the level, the Path of Death. But did you know that there is a trick in this game that makes the game skip us all the way to the final boss of Planet Florana, which also skips the Path of Death? We didn't use it in this run due to not wanting to skip almost the entire level without at least trying it, but just for fun, let's show it off. The trick is called walk. For short. Firstly, would you believe the setup for this skip is done on the previous level, Planet Velden. In the final part of Velden, here's what we need to do. Save the game and then quit the main menu. Here we must change the game's language to German. I know it sounds crazy, but it's important for the skip. Then we load back into the last phase of Planet Velden again. Next, Ratchet needs to die. Either have the enemies shoot him to death, or jump off the nearby cliff edge. As long as Ratchet has died at least once and respawns, that is enough to make this setup work. Now, we need to get to our ship before the enemies break down the metal door. We can get over the metal door by performing the tried and true proxy method on this part of the wall. Once we're up here, we can charge over this rock and drop down to the upper ledge beyond the metal door. The flying ship won't spawn here. This means the bridge won't trigger either, so it's a good thing we already have a method of getting over there with a charge cancel. If we perform all of this, and all before the enemies can break down that metal door, then as soon as we fly to the planet BOIII, the game will warp us directly to the boss fight against Quark at the very end of the level. Hence the name Quark Warp. No one even knows 100% why this trick even works, but the fact that only certain language settings allows this skip to work is crazy. I think Spanish works too, but German definitely works. Since we're not using this skip in our run, we have to play the path of death. The falling ledges are a pain, but we can use charge cancelling to traverse over them. We can even grab the edges of them without falling too. Soon we come to a wall that is very vertical. The charge boxes we've been using up to this point is very situational as it requires sloped walls, so we need another method of gaining height. If we walk right up to the wall, enter first person, turn around 180 degrees, aim right down at our feet, notch the left stick up about 5 times, and then throw a turret down, and then after that, we turn to the left about 45 degrees and throw a second turret down. If they are both positioned right, Ratchet will now be wedged between them. And now all we have to do is aim directly at our feet and throw down the Agents of Doom. When the agents spawn in, they can push Ratchet upwards slightly. And with the turrets already pinning Ratchet against the wall, we will now be hovering above the turrets. This gives us just enough height to grab the ledge and pull ourselves up. The next ledge isn't quite as high up, so we can use the same method here too. The final stretch is the most difficult. Several tricky charge cancels over falling platforms and flaming platforms. We can make this easier by using the shield charger to protect us from the flames, as we don't want Ratchet to get knocked into the lava. The last hurdle is the tallest vertical wall yet. The exact same method won't work here, as it's just too high, but we don't necessarily need to get up there. All we need to do is trigger the cutscene before the boss, and the trigger for the cutscene extends all the way down, beneath the arena itself. So just like in our Ratchet & Clank 1 and 2 videos, we are about to use decoy clipping, only this time it's called turret clipping. We throw the turrets down at our feet like before, but we must ensure that they are slightly closer to Ratchet this time. This can then clip Ratchet through the wall, and normally this would drop us to our deaths. But if we can get a precise clip partway through the wall, we can then charge through the wall and directly underneath the boss arena. This can trigger the boss's cutscene before we hit the lava. Now we simply defeat the boss and that's Florana beaten. The Starship Phoenix poses no challenge casually, and even jumpless there isn't really any challenge here. But did you know there is a method that we can use right here to skip 2 entire planets? That's right, but of course I won't be using it in this run. I'll still show you how to do it though. It's called VR skip. First, we start at the bridge, then we turret clip through the wall to the side so we can get by the moving platform. We are out in space now, but Ratchet defies the laws of science. We can clip back inside the ship's center. We want to get up a ledge, and it is here that we will be introducing another trick called turret bounce. Very useful, these turrets. We can use certain in-level assets to get a turret to bounce us in the air. These control panels are a perfect example of an asset that allows this. If we enter first-person view whilst standing parallel to this control panel and throw a turret straight down at our feet, Ratchet will bounce upwards quite a bit. With this height, we can hover down to the ledge we wanted to reach. We can use this same method to get on top of this engine-looking thing, and then turret clip through the wall. I will be showing Zem's footage from here, as the next step is insane. We start by equipping the shock cannon, and then we charge out into space, but the angle needs to be perfect. Right at the end of the charge, as Ratchet would normally lose speed, we very quickly press R1, circle, and R1 in that order. This needs to be very fast. The timing to begin these inputs is frame perfect. If you get it right, Ratchet will fire the cannon, and then he will immediately start charging again at full speed. This frame perfect set of inputs needs to be performed like this a total of 3 times in a single charge. This is extremely difficult, but as we already mentioned, Zem is the GOAT. shot, and he nailed it. This allows Ratchet to get in range of a hypershot target and pull himself inside the VR training area that we wouldn't normally have access to. Even if we don't have the hypershot, this still works as the game puts it in our inventory automatically when we get close to the training area. Completing this VR training is exactly what allows us to skip 2 specific planets. We won't show how to get through the VR training just yet though, as we still need to do that later anyway. For now, let's start the next planet, Marcadia. Most of this planet is centered around combat, so it's fairly easy early on. Any gaps we come across can be cleared with charge cancels. There was a small wall that we tried to straight walk over, and we ended up on the very edge, stuck behind a small fence. Fortunately, we were able to walk along the edge and to the dropship at the end. The next part is just a gunfight against a wave of enemies, with no platforming whatsoever. Just try not to fall inside the small pools of water though, because you can't just step back out again. I was forced to win this fight from here. Upon winning the last fight, we gain access to the facility. This area is largely just a series of laser puzzles, but there are some high ledges that we need to get onto before we can beat this section. If only there was a way for us to use the turret bounce wherever we wanted. Oh wait, there is. We mentioned that only certain assets will allow the turret bounce to work, but it also works with the Agents of Doom. As soon as we throw down the agents, as long as they land on a flat surface, they will be standing in a certain formation. They will remain in that formation for a few seconds before moving. During those few seconds, we need to stand parallel to the agents and throw down a turret at our feet. This is all much easier if performed in the game's full first-person mode, as this allows us to move into position faster. The agents will also jump on the spot too, and if an agent that we're parallel with jumps at the same time we throw the turret down, we will gain even more. This is a much more convenient way of reaching the upper platforms without jumping. Something to be aware of, turret ammo cannot be purchased from the PDA. We believe this is due to it being a Megacorp weapon, but then why can you find its ammo in Gadgetron crates? I don't know. The point is, we have limited turret ammo between vendors, so conserve them well. We also need to be careful that we don't accidentally clip ourselves out of bounds. This happened to me when trying to turret mount up some stairs. I ended up falling through the void until I saw my ship in the distance, and it was now in a unloaded part of the level. I thought I could just land on it and then get inside to save myself, but the game wouldn't let me in the ship. I tried to charge over into the dropship, but I choked it, and I ended up hitting an autosave in midair. I was then trapped in a never-ending loop of constant death. So yeah, make sure you don't fall out of bounds in the facility. This would normally be when we would play our first mid-pop, and this would also require a lot of jumping, but thankfully, we're playing on New Game Plus, so the game gives us an option to completely skip playing all the core mechanics. So that's what we'll do. It's a good thing too, because I couldn't even get past the first gap on the floor without jumping. Now we must get to the end of the perilous platforming section in Annihilation Nation. The charge cancel and the turret bounces get us by just about everything here, so with a bit of patience, this wasn't too bad. Moving on to the planets. This is the first of 2 planets that we could have skipped with the VR skip, but we must play every planet, so here we are. The level is mostly an escort mission with skid marks. The usual turret bounces can get us on any high platform that we want to reach, as long as it's not too high. But what would we do if we ever did run out of turret ammo? We can't buy it from the PDA after all, and we don't want to back to a vendor either. We aim to tackle that very question with yet another trick called Box Proxy, or Boxy for short. All we need for this trick is the suck cannon and a nearby crate. If we activate the suck cannon whilst facing a crate, if we're close enough, we will suck it up so it can then be used as ammo later. However, if we start to suck up the crate and then quickly swap weapons before the crate can get to us, the game just stops the crate in midair. From there, the crate cannot be broken, and it is treated as a solid object. As soon as we equip the suck cannon again, the crate zips right into us as normal. But after suspending a crate in place, if the crate is low down and slanted enough, we can walk on top of it. If we then equip the suck cannon whilst we're perched on top of a crate, as soon as the crate tries to zip towards our cannon, it lifts us up with it. The results from this vary greatly, but it can give Ratchet some decent height. Halfway through the level, we needed to submerge underwater and swim through a tunnel. This isn't an issue, but when it comes to exiting the pool of water, the only way to do so seems to be jumping out. It could be debated that this isn't a jump as it's from water, but if we could find a way to get around this, then we will. So here's how we did it. Before the pool of water, there is a raised platform. If we look to the left, we can actually clip through this pipe with a charge. Be careful not to go too far here though, as we can fall out of bounds and die. After clipping through the pipes, if we then charge forward, it's possible to clip inside the underwater section, but without having to swim. We can freely walk around down here, but we are essentially stuck here. Neither the boxy or a turret bounce will get us the height we need to escape. Plus, after being down here for 20 seconds, the game checks if Ratchet is swimming, if he's in a swimmable area, and if he's not swimming, he'll automatically start swimming. We can use this to our advantage though. If we stand facing a slope and hold R1 to crouch before Ratchet starts swimming, as soon as the 20 seconds are up, Ratchet will start swimming and clip through the slope at the same time. Now we can swim out of bounds. We can use this to swim up through the floor and onto the elevator that leads to the upcoming clank section. This skips the need to jump out of the water completely. The clank section can be played more or less casually as there aren't any required jumps, but the Ratchet section, where we must disguise ourselves as a Terran, that's not so easy. If our identity is discovered, we are gunned down by sentry guns. But we need to platform over some acid, and we can't use our weapons or charge boots whilst in disguise either. We can pull this off, but we need to be quick. We need to deactivate our disguise, charge over the first gap, and then quickly put the disguise back on before the sentry guns have time to activate. We were able to do the same for each gap, except these were even easier. Since the platforms were so close to each other, we could just run over the edge and grab on. We did have to do one last charge cancel for the final gap though. The last hurdle is right at the end. We fall down into the sewage water and the current pushes us along a tunnel. But to get out of the water at the end, we would need to jump again. No chance of getting out of bounds here, and we can't swim back against the current either. But there is a way. All we have to do is pause the game, save the game, quit the game, and reload the game. Ratchet will start standing next to the plot. One last charge and one last turret, and we're home free. That's a Quatos beaten. This brings us to the second level that we could have skipped with the VR skip, Terranosis. The start is pretty much all combat, but the latter part of the level splits into multiple paths. A decent amount of platforming is required on these few paths. We can use our vehicle as a ramp to get up this ledge, and we can charge cancel to this high platform here. The rest of the platforming can all be done with just turret mounts. To make this planet a lot less tedious, however, we can just use a couple of turret clips to get through the large door and straight to the boss fight at the end. The clip can be awkward, but if you're on the far left side of the door, then it only takes 2 clips in total. There's plenty of room to throw turrets down here. Once the boss is dead, Terranosis is beaten. Now is the time that we actually need to complete the VR training. Only we won't need to skip our way into it from out of bounds. We can start the training course from the beginning as normal. As usual, it requires a lot of charge cancels and turret bounces. There is one new trick that we need to perform here, however. The hyper swing hover. We need to use this trick to get by a wall jump section, and it will allow us to hover right by. We start here, and we need to charge cancel right over here, and then immediately latch onto the hyper shot target during the momentum that we gain from the charge cancel. During the swing, we need to ensure that the left stick remains in the neutral position. At the very apex of Ratchet's swing, we need to let go of the swing and immediately hold X to hover. If we let go at the very apex, and if the left stick is neutral, the momentum we stored is carried over into our hover speed. We can then quickly flip the left stick to the right to hover around the corner. We must keep it neutral throughout otherwise. This allows us to reach a swing shot target further on that we were not meant to reach yet. Once we get to the end of these swing shots, we need to make sure to hover to the ledge on our left and pull ourselves up. The rest of VR training is all turret bounces and charge boots into swing shots. There are hacker sections too, of course, but they don't require jump. With all that beaten, we can now go to Planet Dax. There are 3 paths on this planet, but one of them leads to the charge pass. Since we're on New Game Plus, we already have one. So we swing to the other side of the water and go to the elevator. We need to use more turrets again to get onto the elevator, and even more turret bounces are needed throughout this whole path until the very end. Conserving turret ammo can be a challenge if we use too many, but it's still very doable. Right away, there are 2 high ledges. We can use the charge boots from the top of this elevator to get down to those ledges. A couple of charges later, we come to a wall jump section. It seems too high for a turret bounce, and we tried to use a box proxy as well, but with such little room to work with, it was very difficult. We need to approach this from a different angle. If we head back down the first path again, there is a wall on our right before we reach the swing shot target. We can use a turret bounce to get on top of this wall. We can then charge down from here to a later part of the second path, which bypasses the wall jumps. The platforming sequence ahead of us is very challenging. We can charge into a swing, but the floating platforms get shot down whenever we land near them. We would have to fall and grab each ledge, and charge cancel from one hypershot platform to the next, over and over. Also, Ratchet won't grab the edge of the hypershot targets. And what's more, we have to do all of this very quickly. A better way is to use the hyperswing hover again, from the first swing shot target, and then use it to carry momentum to the left, over these rocks. Once we clear the rocks, we can grab a further swing shot target. The rest of this path is more charge cancels right to the boss fight at the end. Fun fact, did you know that if you fully charge the shot cannon and then weave it left and right as you fire, it deals a lot more damage than normal? Now we're on a level with this BOII Gemini, and because this is a moon and not a planet, we're able to fully traverse it like a giant sphere. There isn't a map of this level. Instead, the camera zooms out and we can look at the whole moon. The big problem we face here, though, is that we need to use a lot of these jump pads to get to all the high platforms we need to be on. The jump pads are pretty much completely relied on here, and we can't use them at all. The word jump is in the name after all. The idea is to get to the top of these high ledges and complete a laser puzzle to free our ship, and then fly to the second moon. But what if we can get to the second moon without our ship? Okay, first things first. We need to find a crate. There are a few around here on the moon's surface. If we ever fall down to a lower level, the lava can damage us back to the upper level. Once we find a crate, we need to set up a box proxy again. Due to the unique way that these moon levels are coded, performing a box proxy here gives us ridiculous height. So much height, in fact, that the moon itself deloads due to being so far away. Once we have this height, we can now hover back down the slope. Our goal is to land on one of the asteroids in the asteroid belt. Landing on one of these is actually intended by the developers, since a couple of the asteroids have flat surfaces. Normally, we would need to use a jump to get onto these. The timing is tricky, but when we have finally landed on one of these asteroids from a box proxy, we now need to perform a very strange thing. We must charge off the asteroid at about this angle. It doesn't look like it, but the hit detection of the asteroid belt stretches very far out, far further than the ever. As we charge, we can aim towards this invisible hit detection, and it acts kind of like a slope since it slowly pushes Ratchet upwards. We found that it's best to weave left and right against the invisible slope as we charge, and this helps us to gain height faster. It's very easy to mess this up and lose height, but with some practice, we can gain so much height that it's actually possible to see the second moon in the distance, BOII. You can also see the third moon, BOII Draco, but it has no hit detection at the moment, but BOII does. We just need to get close enough to it. So, now that we can see it, we change our direction towards it. Be sure to never let go of charge and never let go of any direction during this entire process. Dropping our direction, even for a second, will see us falling back down to BOII Gemini. It also helps not to take tight turns whilst charging. It takes a fair while, but as soon as we are in range of BOII Pollux, we are suddenly affected by its gravity. This causes a sudden flip of the game's camera. Now it's a matter of quickly getting our bearings so we can try to land at the end of BOII Pollux. And as luck would have it, we were very close. For extra safety, we quickly switched to hover for a more precise landing. That was a lot more difficult than it looked, but with that, the first two BOII moons complete. The next planet is Real Dark, which is pure. So let's move on. A revisit to Annihilation Nation is up next, and it's largely the same as last time. We just need to get to the end of a gauntlet. There is one section with a lot of floating platforms, but we can get around it by charging straight forward into the molten rock, and damage boosting back out again on the other side. This doesn't work on all the rocks, but it does on this one. The rest is all combat, so not much else to say here. I did have to do an awkward strafe walk to get back to our ship though. This brings us to Hollow Star Studios. and we start this level playing as Clank. Right away, we see that we need to jump across the roofs of these prop ships. Since they float up and down, it is possible to run over the edge and hover down to the first ship when it's low enough. But no matter how hard we try, we does not do this across all 4 ships. There is another way. We can actually more or less skip this whole Clank section with a very strange glitch called level stacking. It's a glitch that allows us to partly load 2 levels at the same time, and they end up overlapping each other. This can have some very odd effects, and the combinations of planets that can be stacked makes for some interesting looking environments. Here is how to perform level stacking. Start on one of the levels that we want in the stack. In our case, this would have to be a level before Hollow. In that level, we stand close enough to our ship so that we can enter it anytime, and then make a manual save in a separate save file. Now for the tricky part. We need to unlock a PlayStation trophy whilst being close to our ship. Speedrunners would normally get the trophy for shooting down the blimp in Metropolis, but we've not unlocked that level yet. An example of a trophy that can theoretically be unlocked anywhere is either the one for obtaining 1 million bolts or the one for obtaining 10 million bolts. Bolts can be found near the ship on many levels. This will likely require a lot of bolt farming. Just make sure you're not already trying this glitch on an account that already has all the PlayStation trophies. As soon as we obtain that last bolt that would unlock the trophy, we immediately pause the game and enter the options menu and manually load that new save file we created. Due to the game trying to load a trophy, the manual load that we did will be delayed. During that slight delay, we can very quickly enter our ship and fly to the second level we want in our stack. In our case, that would be Hollister Studios. If we were quick enough, we could perform all of that before the trophy has time to display on screen. The trophy will now pop on screen during the loading scene of the ship flying through space. Also, we can now see a list of the game's files to load. If we load our latest save during this loading scene, then this will cause the 2 levels to load at the same time, and they will be overlapping. With the right combination of levels, this ends up loading Ratchet in as a playable character instead of Clank. We also fall straight through the floor as soon as we spawn in. This is due to only certain parts of both levels being solid. However, our ship is stored far below Clank's section. In this level, we need to fall down for what seems like forever, and slightly to the left of this structure that we see below. It takes a very long time, but our ship is down here. As soon as we land on it, we get inside and select Hollow Star once again. This will actually load Ratchet's section of the level now, thus bypassing Clank's section completely. As interesting as all this is, it's far from being ideal. It requires a PS3 or a PS Vita version of the game, and it requires us to obtain a trophy just to execute it too. What if we get the timing wrong on the trophy? Then we've lost our chance. Trophies can only be obtained once per account after all. Let's look into a slightly more realistic method instead. We can use a glitch that is quite similar to the Clank clips that can be seen in our Ratchet & Clank 2 video. Basically, if you have Clank's back against certain assets, then press L1, square, and the direction towards the asset at the same time, Clank's hitbox will clip through it for about a frame. If we do this against the legs of this light stand, the game tries to push Clank back out again, and it happens by pushing upwards. We can use this to get on top of the light if we wanted to, but where we really want to be is on top of the pictures on the wall nearby. So, we perform this Clank to gain height, and then quickly move towards the wall and hover at the apex. Just grab a hold. Now, we need to use Clank clips again to clip through this wall at this point. The angle is quite important too. So, we enter first person view and aim around about here. Now we perform the Clank clip as before, only I found that you want to delay the square and the input slightly after the L1 input. The way this works is that tapping L1 centers the camera behind Clank. But with Clank's back to the wall, the camera just zooms into Clank and back out again. Because the in-game camera is treated like a solid object, it has hit detection. If we time a punch towards the wall at the very moment the camera zooms into Clank, the camera itself can push Clank through the wall. The timing is very precise, but with a lot of practice, we were able to get a clip through the wall. However, this just drops us to our death. We need to try and get beyond the death plane that extends beyond this wall. And we can do this by immediately hovering as soon as we clip through the wall. This also requires very good timing. There is a more consistent method. If we aim our punch more towards the top left, then it's possible to only partially clip through the wall and stay on top of the edge. Now it's much easier to time the hover as we run over the edge. We want to hover straight in this direction as that allows us to clear the death wall. Once we're here, we can now walk through the wall in front of us as it's not solid. We will fall out of bounds as soon as we do so. Now we want to land on our ship again, exactly the same as we did with the level stacking. We need to aim for that specific spot as we fall. As we said, it is a very long way down, but after a few minutes we spot our ship in the distance. For extra safety, we can begin to hover to ensure that we land on the ship, and when we're close enough, we can press triangle to get inside. Just like before, we select Hollow Star from the ship's menu, and we are taken directly to Ratchet's section of the level. Both this and level stacking have the same end result, which allows us to completely skip Clank's section. We could travel through Ratchet's section as normal from here, but it would just be more of the same. Turret bounces, charge cancels, etc. So why not just use a turret clip on this wall to the left instead? If we don't quite get the clip, we can charge into the turret and bounce backwards through the wall. Now we can get onto this metal tower and use the teleporter at the top to take us back to our ship. As far as the game is concerned, this is considered enough to complete this level. It's also quite funny to see the enemies before you're supposed to. The next level, BOIII Draco, is a nice breather after Hollow Star. There's a bridge we need to get onto right at the start, but if we just die, we respawn onto the bridge already. From there, it's more charge cancels and then a boss fight at the end. Most of this level can be played casually. Moving on to the Zeldrin Starport, and there's only one of two paths we actually need to take on this level. That would be the path towards Quark and Scrunch as they're waiting for us to enter Quark's ship with them. Quark flies us to a separate part of the level. The only real obstacle here is a ladder, but we've seen turret bounces enough by now. Let's try something more interesting. Right from the start of the level, we can turret clip out of bounds. From here, we want to hover down until we can see some robot enemies below us. This of course means that the other part of the level that Quark flies us to is located directly beneath us. If we can land above the single robot and across from the two robots, it's possible to hit the cutscene trigger to the end of the level. It was all worth it just to see this cutscene happening in space instead of the ship, although as soon as we need to flee the ship before it explodes, since it's not loaded in, we just fall to our death. But the ship spawns in after we respawn, so it's not a soft lock this time. The escape is easy with charge cancels too, so no issues there. Metropolis is up next, and despite it being a sizable level, there's not much to talk about as far as jumpless is concerned. The beaten path doesn't really require anything too crazy. We can suspend a crate with the suck cannon to make the explosive crate above it float too, so that's fun. Also, did you know the explosive crates bounce like this when they're fired out of the suck cannon? Because I didn't. Other than that, it's more classic turret bouncing and charge cancelling. Even after taking down the boss at the end, we still need to use turret bounces to get on top of the taxi that takes us back to our ship. The crash site isn't much different, it's the same tricks for the most part, just more challenging than before. However, it was here that we realised just how much distance we can get with a box proxy. As long as we get the positioning perfect, it's insane. Usually, to gain more height and distance with box proxies, you would suspend the crate in midair, then jump over the crate as you switch to the suck cannon. This boosts the launch height significantly, but since we can't jump, we assumed our height and distance would always be really limited. Well, it turns out we just weren't trying hard enough, because Zem got an insane box proxy on this level. It turns out you can launch Ratchet from the very start of the level all the way to the ending cutscene trigger in a matter of seconds. Getting back to the start of the level is easy too, just save and reload the game. Iridia is another level that is purely combat focused. There are some enemies on higher ledges, but you can just shoot them all from below anyway. So we'll move on quickly. Now we're looking for Quark's hideout, and whereas it's a lot of the tricks we've already seen, it's all more difficult now due to things like ice physics and the numerous enemies. The end of the level is another Clank section, but getting through this was hard enough packless, let alone jumpless. Fortunately, we can use turret clips to bypass Clank's section completely. Although if we do that, the taxi that takes us back to our ship never turns up, no matter how long long we wait. Even if we die and respawn, it still never shows up. So we'll have to save and reload again to be taken back to our ship. We must now get to the bridge of the Phoenix whilst it's under attack, and often the flipping enemies will forget which way is up and stand on their sides. Since the moving platform has been destroyed, it is intended that we travel through the ship manually to get to the other side, but it's actually possible to charge over the acid on the right side and hover against this sloped wall to slowly gain height. Eventually you can get high enough to grab the far ledge. Koros is another generic level for the Jump Plus challenge. It was a bit awkward getting up some of these ledges due to the tight spaces, but we got up there eventually. Did you know you could just walk through this broken door from the back and clip right through? I sure didn't. Tell you what, let's look at a more interesting method of getting through this level. Do you remember the charge proxy we used way back on planet Veldin? Well, until now, the turret bounce had rendered the charge proxy obsolete, but we're bringing it back for this level. Right near the start, we can stand at the end of a broken bridge. This is where we want to charge from. Just like before, we have the shock cannon and the turrets lined up. We aim for this part of the wall and charge towards it. Be careful though, as sometimes a ship will fly right by here and Ratchet can sometimes bonk right into it and fall to his death. However, if we have 25 skill points unlocked, we can turn on an in-game cheat that turns ships into ducks. And would you believe, this actually reduces the hitbox size as well. This ensures that we don't bonk into a ship/duck mid-charge. As soon as we charge to the wall, we press triangle and circle together, and then mash circle to be proxied upward to a part of the roof. We can now charge down to a much further part of the level to cut out a lot of turret bounces. Okay, one more weird glitch. Sometimes the enemies get stuck in the ground and they can't move and they just accept their fate. Now, for the final level of the game, the command center. The first major obstacle we run into here are the burning pipes partway up a metal wall. Touching it makes us fall down to the bottom again. The way we can get by these is to wrench swing into the pipes. Let them burn you, and as Ratchet damage boosts above the pipes, quickly wrench swing again. Ratchet will stick back to the wall as he swings. And now we've gotten over the pipes. The next challenge is during the Terror Guys section. We need to awkwardly turret bounce our way up these small steps, and the turrets just don't cooperate in small spaces. The problem is, when we finally get up these steps, the alarm triggers because we're not in disguise. Once the sentry guns start firing, it's too late to put the disguise on. After a few failed attempts, we resorted to turret clipping through the force field, and with our last turret ammo too. But now, we're stuck before a large gap. It's much too far to charge cancel over. We could do something incredibly skillful, like turret bouncing above the section and then charging over the small beams of the roof, but Zem's been doing this a lot longer than I have. Instead, we managed to charge cancel to the left side and then get a hyper strike in midair to maintain forward momentum. With that, we just landed on this pipe on the other side. Turrets will then once again help us get up to the main ledge. Now we're home free to enter the final boss fight against Nefarious. By now, we have all the firepower we need to take down Nefarious. But there is one very large problem. His AoE attacks. It's by far his most dangerous attack in a Jump Plus run. Everything else can be dodged fairly easily without jumping once you get his pattern down. But once he starts rapidly throwing those bombs, we can't jump over the energy waves and our health drains very quickly. Even our shield charger gets destroyed by these bombs after only a few hits. We fight Nefarious across 2 phases. Once he's taken enough damage in the first phase, he flies off to the next arena for the second half of the fight. He has plenty of friends to get in our way too. We were able to get past phase 1 many times, but in phase 2, those AoE attacks are a lot more frequent, and we died every single time. It was then that Zem taught us about a strat for dealing extra damage that speedrunners use on bosses, and it's called Rhino Bombing. We need both the Nitro Eruptor and the Rhino for this trick. Also, it's important that our Rhino is either version 2, 3 or 4. Version 1 or 5 will not work anywhere near as well. Basically, if you hit the boss with a nitro bomb and fire the Rhino at the boss right as the nitro bomb is exploding, then the Rhino will deal far more damage than it normally would. It seems to be caused by stacking different kinds of damage at the exact same time, and if it's timed just right, we can take off just over a third of Nefarious' health every time we do it. This strat is so powerful that if we nail this trick 3 times in a row in quick succession, it's actually possible to kill Nefarious before he ever has a chance to fly to the second arena. This is called the Nefarious 1 cycle. Here's how we did it. We make sure that the last 3 weapons we equipped are the turrets, the Nitro Eruptor, and the Rhino in that order. Also, we will want the shield charger in our quick select. Right as the fight starts, we use our shield charger from the quick select, and then begin throwing 4 turrets in front of Nefarious, whilst dodging his clone attacks. Then we switch to the Nitro Eruptor, and then we stand on this line on the floor. This will ensure the perfect distance, so we don't need to focus too much on timing, but don't shoot a bomb at him straight away. We need to wait until he is using his 4th and final clone attack. Only then do we fire a bomb. Otherwise, he will take too much damage too early and he'll fly off sooner. Right after firing the first bomb, we switch to the Rhino and then fire it at Nefarious immediately. The distance between us should ensure that the timing is perfect and it hits at the same time as the bomb connects. Plus, the shield charger will protect us from any damage too. We have to act fast though, as we need to nail this perfectly 2 more times. So, we double tap triangle to get back to the bomb, and the input sequence repeats itself once again. Nailing the timing for this 3 times in a row was very difficult, and it took us many attempts. We would very often get so close to killing him, but he would fly off in time to save himself. We could have just chased him down to the second arena and then finished him off there quickly, since he was now very weak, but I really wanted to get this 1 cycle. Here's the strat we used in the end. Once we were in position and ready to fire our first bomb, we focused only on the weapons in the top left corner. This helped with the button sequence a lot, and it was by using this that we were finally able to pull off the 1 cycle. That might have been the hypest moment of my entire streaming life. Oh!
You got him!
Oh, this game, I'm done. This nugget is done.
Yes, dude!
All that was left now was to defeat the BOIII. We can do this in a ship, we can use the sniper rifle to kill it from the ground, or we can charge around to the other side of the arena and use the Rhino from the floor, which apparently Zem didn't realise you could do. I wonder if I can
So we
reach
go-
him from here. That'd be funny.
So
Oh,
the
you
way
can.
this... Wait, did you get it?
I'm doing it from the floor.
You're doing it from the floor?
I'm doing
Oh
it from
my
the
god,
floor.
wait. I gotta see this. This is funny. You can just do this from the floor?
We have done it. Can you beat Ratchet & Clank 3 without jumping? Yes, you can. A big thank you to Zem. Without him, I wouldn't even have thought to do a jumpless challenge, not to mention all the tricks and glitches he taught me throughout the whole run. If you want to see Zem performing this same challenge, then check out the jumpless video on his channel. I will link it in the description. Another thank you to all of those on the Ratchet & Clank Speedrun Discord server that helped me out with information and footage. Check them out as well. And if you liked this video, then please do subscribe. We live stream all of these challenge runs, so please follow our Twitch too. All the links are in the description. Speaking of Twitch, we have a lot of Twitch subs to thank, so let's speedrun their names. They are A Lazy Dragon, Alex Gaming, Allison Inc., Alvifo, Big Wolf Chris, Boardplate, Contran, Crawling Relsa, Dino, Dr. Mantis Toboggan Games, D-Stut, Duncan F93, Dweegi, Evolve Pixel, Finn Living with a Ghost, Gato Gato, Golfing Gamer, Hacky Joey, Henneman, Ewoot James, Invdu, Jax Pratty, John Fitz49, Joshi, Judy Poody, Cami, Krifos, Lazardian, L. Hoffman, Lockie, Mackenzie, Mad King Cryptid, Miss Barbs, Nath D, Nurse Bobber, Platonic Penguin, Ruby Doo, Scotto Bozo, Spectrum Z90, Static Joke, Sunbro, Supersonic Blur, Tame Hunter, 10 divided by 6, That Chloe is of, The Bloody Screen, Tim Zero, Tadeo Dingo, Torzi H, True DK0, and Zem92. And also a massive thank you to the patrons. They are A Lazy Dragon and Anthony Kermack. You beautiful people, you. If you want to see challenge runs on Ratchet & Clank 1 and 2, then here is the perfect playlist for you. Or maybe you want to see challenge runs on the original Spyro trilogy. We have you covered there too. Also, subscribe to Zem2, please. He has killer Ratchet & Clank content, and he's got multiple speedrun world records on these very games. You won't regret it. Using his skill, ingenuity, and determination, Ratchet saved the known universe from the threat known as Chairman Drek. and all Clank wanted to do was spend Ratchet's bolts on some fancy upgrades. Ratchet was having none of it though, and he completed his mission without needing to spend a single bolt on Clank's packs. So that begs the question, do we even need Clank? After all the training Ratchet went through, Clank's living the life of luxury on vacation. Ratchet's going into business for himself this time. Can we beat Ratchet & Clank 2 without Clank? Let's find out. Let's lay down some rules, but first can I just quickly say thank you for watching. Please do subscribe if you enjoyed challenge run videos like this, and maybe follow us on Twitch if you want to see them performed live. Back to the rules. Rule number 1, we must not rescue Clank near the start of the game. We must leave him to his fate. Rule number 2, at no point in the game are we to have both Ratchet and Clank together during Ratchet gameplay. Rule number 3, we will be playing on a fresh new game file, just like with our first Ratchet video. And rule number 4, once we defeat the mutated proto-pet, we win! So just like with the first Ratchet & Clank game, this challenge removes a lot of the movement options we would have had, like long jumps, high jumps, hovering, etc. Also, just like with the gold bolts in our previous Ratchet video, we will be attempting to grab all 40 platinum bolts in this run, just to see if it's possible. The first 3 levels in the game can be played casually, as it's not intended to rescue Clank until the 4th level. This includes the first visit to Aranos, Planet Uzla, and Maktar Nebula. All platinum bolts up to this point can be obtained just fine. The only one worth noting is the one on Maktar Nebula. It's on a raised platform that Clank would have helped us reach, but we can just stand on a crate and get up there ourselves. Now we arrive on planet Endako, and this is where Clank is being held captive. There are 2 paths to take. The first leads to a boss battle along with our swing shot and grind boots. The second path leads to Clank. We will head down the second path, but only so we can solve the magnetic crane puzzle part way to reveal the hidden platinum bolt behind a door. As soon as we have that, we can backtrack to the ship and move on to planet Barlow. There's a decent amount of platforming in this level, as it's the first level where the game intends you to already have rescued Clank. The most difficult part is just beyond a shimmying ledge that leads to a secret area for Platinum Bolt, but with some good timing we can still get through most of this level no problem. We need to make sure to purchase the decoy glove on this level too. This will be important later. Right at the end of the level we see a large gap. This is the very spot where the developers intended us to not be able to progress without Clank. If we had Clank we could clear this gap easily with a long jump, but we're gonna need another way. It turns out you can actually clear this gap with a double jump into a hyper strike, as long as we jump on the very edge for maximum distance. It can also help to point the camera downwards to judge how close to the edge we are. From here on out, Clank will start appearing in all the game's cutscenes, as we're not meant to be this far in the game without him, but despite that, the game does not consider Clank as rescued, and we still don't have Clank with us during gameplay, so we're all good. On to planet Notak. Early on there is a ledge quite high up that we need to get on top of, but we can just use the wall jump off the glass containers at the side to make it up there. There are a couple of wide gaps up here, but just like with the previous level, a double jump into a hyper strike is just enough to clear them. There is a platinum bolt behind a door on a timer, but even without Clank for the long jumps, we can still make it from the dynamo to the door in time. After another wide gap, we obtain the coordinates to Slim's ship shack. From here, we need to hover down to the platform far below us, but of course, without Clank, we can't do that. This is much too far to reach with a double jump hyper strike this time. We need another way. Way down there. It just so happens that the platform we want to get to is right near the beginning of the level, with only a laser door separating them. Usually we would need to disable this door from the other side to create a shortcut back to the start, but we can clip through the door from this side with a trick that we used in the first game, decoy clipping. This is why it was important to purchase the decoy glove on planet Barlow. Normally, decoys would be used to distract enemy attention, but they can also be used to clip through walls. If we hug against the wall we want to clip through and aim a decoy down at our feet in first person view, the decoy can spawn underneath Ratchet and push him through the wall. Normally the laser door would push us away if we get too close, but if we quickly enter first.
Good afternoon. I'll admit it, glitch hunters are underappreciated. Every time a new record is set, a barrier has been broken, a lot of the time we cherish the players that broke through and pushed for the amazing feats. But in the background, there are tons of brainiacs in each respective community, working together in finding new tricks, optimizations, and sometimes coming up with a full reroute for an entire game. Without the creative minds of our communities, certain time barriers would not have been possible. Today, I want to shed light on one of speedrunning's most low-key, underappreciated glitch hunters. While glitch hunting is what the man in question is mainly known for, he's still a respectable runner and multi-time world record holder in his own right. He is somebody that just lets his discoveries and videos speak for themselves. Somebody that has saved multiple minutes in a plethora of games. Somebody with an eye for breakthroughs. This is the story and legacy of Tuval. Let's take it back to 2013. Around this time, a young man from the UK, our hero, Tuval, was getting into speedrunning. His primary speed game of choice was Spyro the Dragon for the PlayStation. He mainly started out with any percent and highlighted all of his PBs on his Twitch page, but later down the line he would pick up the 120% category where he would set his first world record. It was at this moment that he started uploading his runs to YouTube since he probably figured it was a better place to archive his stuff. He would lower his own 120% record multiple times from a 141 down to a 135. His movement and knowledge of the game was very apparent in these runs, and it was very clear that Tuval had a good grasp of how the game worked. Already early on in his career, he started experimenting with smaller tricks that would help save time in any percent and 120% for Spyro. He would upload various videos to his YouTube channel of neat optimizations, such as a damage boost from a bird in Dry Canyon, or a proxy off of the TNT barrel enemy in North Cove to skip the entire level. He would also propose new routes for certain levels, such as an early kill on the plane in Nasty's loot, granting you the key early, which would be useful for the 120% category. He also uploaded a video of a proposed alternate route for Dry Canyon in any percent. All of these smaller discoveries would just be the warm-up for Tuval, as his experience and knowledge was shining through, ultimately culminating in his first major discovery. For those unfamiliar with Spyro the Dragon, I'll explain how beating the game works first, as it's important context for Tuval's discoveries. This knowledge is somewhat transferable between all of the PS1 Spyro games, so keep all of what I'm about to say in mind. In Spyro the Dragon, there are 6 worlds you have to traverse through. In order to get to the next world, you have to meet a specific requirement from the balloonist of each respective world. Sometimes it's needing to have freed a certain amount of dragons, other times it's gems or dragon eggs. The standard procedure of progressing through the game for Homeworlds 1 through 5 is collecting stuff. Homeworld 6, or Nasty's World, works a bit different from the other homeworlds in that you can't just run around freely and enter whichever level you want. You are forced to reach the end portal of North Cove in order to unlock the next level. The way the level unlocks is linked to the big dragon heads in the homeworld. The mouth of the orange dragon will open once North Cove is complete. This leads into Twilight Harbor, and once that is complete, the mouth to the final boss, Nasty Nork, opens up as well. The last green dragon head is Nasty's Loot, a bonus level needed for the full 112 completion. So yeah, the objective is simple. Go through the levels, collect dragons, gems, and eggs until you reach Nasty's World, keep the 3 required levels there, and the game is complete. On August 6th, 2013, Tuval uploaded a video titled Nasty Nork Early. This showcased a video of Tuval reaching the Nasty Nork portal entrance by going through the top of the mouth. With a well-timed charge jump into a regular jump, you have just enough height to clip through it. This was only possible on the European PAL version of the game since Spyro jumps a couple of units higher. This, however, was later performed on the American NTSC-U version as well. This skipped the need to play through Twilight Harbor to open the Dragon Head to Nasty Nork, which saved around 50 seconds and 80%. To quote Tuval, "To make sure I wouldn't be wasting my time trying to do something impossible, I used a cheat program that let me moon jump. I used this to check to see if anything in the hub lacked collision, giving potential to a possible skip. As luck would have it, the Dragon Head encasing the Nasty Nork portal lacked collision on top, unlike the other two Dragon Heads which were completely solid. After making this discovery, I was more determined than ever to find a way in before intended." Tuval would follow his amazing discovery up 2 months later on October 16th, 2013, with another video. This one titled Skipping Delbin, Nork Cove, and Twilight Harbor. Delbin refers to the dragon you rescue at the center of the homeworld. This shows Tuval doing a rat proxy to get on top of the Nork Cove portal, where you can then glide into Nasty Nork. This is unfortunately not viable for RTA. The proxy is simply too precise, but still an amazing find for Tuval, proving his creativity where the game really didn't give him any options. Tuval said that these two discoveries was the inspiration to look for more now that he knew he was capable of finding them. And oh how right he was, because he would go on a complete rampage from here on out. Let's jump forward to the third Spyro game, Year of the Dragon, where Tuval's next big discovery would take place. In order to beat this game, you need to collect dragon eggs. To move from world to world, you need to collect the final dragon egg from each level, where a resident of that world will help you with the air balloon to reach the world's boss. You do this 3 times until you get to the fourth and final world, where the final boss, the sorceress, all of a sudden has a 100 egg requirement on the door. So you can't exactly just go to each level, go to the end, get the 1 egg, and leave. That would leave you severely under your required amount. So the speedrun consisted of getting the fastest 100 eggs, then going to the sorceress. It was Tuval's quest for glory to skip this 100 egg requirement barrier for the final boss fight. It was already known for a while that you could get on top of these sorceress castle walls by doing something called a helmet proxy. By walking under the gladiator helmet that houses the Desert Ruins portal, Spyro can be launched backwards up the wall with a ton of speed. This is because the game assumes Spyro to be stuck under the helmet, thus trying to fling him out of there. A clever softlock prevention mechanism that speedrunners took advantage of. Once you have enough height, you can reach the castle walls. This was first showcased in a 2013 highlight from runner T-Smart.
Send me flying, damn it. Whoa! What the fuck? What was that? I thought I was doing like a extended super slide.
Tuval felt that T-Smart didn't really explore around the area very much, so he went to work. He got a helmet proxy onto the castle walls, and, well, I'll just let this speak for itself. On November 18th, 2013, the long-sought-after Sorceress Skip was found by Tuval, a no-joke 28-minute time saver in any percent. The loading zone, for whatever reason, extends extremely far up above the portal, so if you can simply be right above the coordinates where the trigger is, you go into the boss. The current world record by Jeremy Thompson only collects 20 Dragon Eggs to complete the game with Sorceress Skip at 23:58. The skip was so influential and so game-changing that a 100 egg category was created on speedrun.com that doesn't allow the use of this glitch. This often becomes the case for many games once the any percent category becomes so short you hardly play the game at all. Tuval was really on fire around this time. He found a level skip for the first Spyro game, and a massive sequence break for the third game. Spyro 2, Ricto's Rage, was sweating intensely. After the stunning work he had done on the other two titles, it was inevitable that Spyro 2 had something coming as well. Tuval set his sights on what many believed was an impossible task. Gulp Skip. In Spyro 2, the collectibles you need to beat the game are much simpler. 3 homeworlds with 3 big bosses. You need 6 talismans to get into Crush, 14 talismans to enter Gulp, and for the final boss Ripto, you need 40 of the 64 available orbs. A swim and air glitch in the 3rd homeworld was found quite early. This bypasses the 40 orbs for Ripto. A skip into Crush was also found, which bypassed the need of the first homeworld's 6 talismans. But the issue was Gulp. There was not even a close to conceivable method of skipping into Gulp. The boss loading trigger is a huge pit sealed away by a wooden door. Skipping into Crush is also pointless since you need all 14 talismans for Gulp, and 6 of them are located in the first homeworld. The second homeworld, Autumn Plains, is where Gulp's Overlook is located, and getting in was going to be tough. This castle, I tell you, is so well made compared to many other parts of the game. It's so huge, yet there are practically no holes, swim and air glitches, proxies, or anything really. I actually remember around 2011-2012 trying to look for Gulp Skip myself. I wasn't even speedrunning properly at the time, but I remember being completely stumped right away in my progress. I was hanging around a community who are more on the casual speedrunning side, with some occasional glitch hunting here and there. But even way back then, the word was still thrown around that Gulp Skip might be possible if you can reach the loading trigger. But reaching the loading trigger might be impossible. In literal years, nobody had managed to find anything resembling an out of bounds in Autumn Plains, so it seemed almost hopeless. I kid you not, 8 days after finding Sorcerer's Skip, Tuval had done it. He found a way into Gulp early. He demonstrated his method with a 20-minute long highlight on the skip. I will shorten the footage down a lot, but I really want you to see this skip. It's just cosmic brain levels of creative.
So, it's nice to show from the beginning actually. Basically involves this broken wall here, and you have to go to it from the other side. Okay. I'll save state here in case I fall. Now this is really hard. I'm not sure if I can show this again quickly. Wait, I'll just show you the position you end. You end up in this position, and then from here you can sort of... You have to move even more, sort of... Not inbounds, but even more to the right. And you end up in this position, like that. If you do it right. And I'm not even sure how I got in this position, but I ended up here. Then I made it like that. That's sort of, I'm past the wall now, I'm past the broken wall, but I'm out of bounds sort of, halfway. Wait, I'll show you the end of the skip. I'll save it here. I'll show you the end. Like, so eventually you get like here, and you can just spam X, and hopefully get out of bounds. Just going to go.
One funny thing about all 3 skips that Tuval found, they're all relatively big notable run killers for the speedrun, Gulp Skip being no exception. People have gotten a lot better at it over the years, so it's not too difficult to perform, but doing it fast is the issue. The run now for Spyro 2 was essentially a boss rush. Once again, a category split was made once Gulp Skip was found, now with any percent and 14 talisman. If we jump forward to March of 2014, Tuval would start competing for the world record in Spyro 2's any percent category, and would eventually be the first person to nail a sub 11, and then eventually the world's first sub 10 with a run of 941. The run garnered a lot of praise and decent views on YouTube. A huge barrier break like this is something we would have never seen coming just a couple of months ago. This run has the remarkable waterfall proxy to get into Ripto at the very end of the run. This skip is substantially more difficult than Gulp Skip to perform, but saves a huge chunk of time. Tuval essentially created the end of the road for Spyro 2 with the discovery of Gulp Skip. Today, the world record sits at 7:54 by Spora. 7 minutes is actually mind-blowing for a PS1 game. Tuval would do a full rotation back to his roots with the first Spiral game, to explore a skip that was considered theoretically possible and would save around 3 to 4 minutes in the 120% category. You need every gem, dragon, and dragon egg in the game in order to achieve the maximum 20%. And normally the final boss is just a means to say you've finished the game, but the boss drops 4 perfect gems that count 25 each. So normally you kill the boss, and as he drops to the ground, the gems fly towards Spiral and taunts Nasty North. The game fades out, and the final cutscene plays out. It is possible to die in the lava or in the out-of-bounds area next to Nasty North, but you need to be alive long enough for all the gems to be obtained. If you die too early, you won't get all the gems, and if you're still alive by the time the fade out approaches, the cutscene will play. So of course, Tuval set out to find a way, merely another week after finding Gulf Skip. To say that he was on fire is now a severe understatement at this point.
40 views. I got out. Is that it? Was that it?
Tuval once again did another proxy jump by gliding into Nasty North's body at the right time, and at the precise moment he got flung back, flamed to hit Nasty as he flies away. The launch was just right to give him all the gems and skip the final cutscene and the credit sequence. The clip you just saw was the first time it was ever performed, but this method of doing it has since been obsolete. The new and consistent way involves getting a proxy still off of Nasty North, to go out of bounds, gliding a full 180, and then barely scraping below the lava to hit Nasty North, and then flying into the part where you came from into the lava. Once you hit Nasty North, you lose control of Spyro, so your angle has to be just right to hit the lava at the correct moment. Just like that, Tuval skipped the need for watching the credits at the end of the game, usually taking several minutes. 4 massive skips in such a short amount of time. Tuval had caused earth-shattering changes to how the Spyro games were ran. He left his mark in history, but what he would go on to find after his Spyro discoveries is something I don't think anybody should have seen coming. Tuval would shift his focus away from Spyro to pursue probably the most sought-out after skip in any game around 2014. I'm talking about Gelato Beach Skip in Super Mario Sunshine. The level Gelato Beach is a bit different from the other levels in that the 8th shine of the level is always sitting there behind the glass tube. If you could just get into this glass tube somehow and collect the shine, you would unlock episodes 1 through 7 of Gelato Beach. This means you can select the 7th episode, Beach Shadow Mario, and that's all you would have to do for this level. This would cut out episodes 1 through 6, which are all more or less boring auto-scrollers. So it was crazy when we all woke up one morning and saw this.
Sought-after Gelato Beach Skip, or GBS, was set on February 21st, 2014 by Tobal1, who doesn't even run SMS. This just goes to show that sometimes having a fresh pair of eyes is exactly what you need to solve a problem, and if he or she is already a talented glitch hunter, that also helps.
SMS was and still is one of my favorite games to watch. In any percent, Gelato Beach was a generally disliked stage due to the annoying mirror shine and the Sandbird autoscroller, so most people wouldn't miss it if it was bypassed. I have known about Gelato Beach Skip theoretically being possible to skip for a while, but I thought that given how popular a speedrun is, many people would have tried and failed to find a way to skip it, and I'd bring nothing new to the table. However, after finding major skips in the Spyro games, I had more confidence in my ability to glitch them, and I finally gave it a look. I think I spent 2 or 3 solid days with GBS. Most of that time was spent on unsuccessful attempts trying to clip through the glass using the cataquacks. Once I had the idea to use the coconut, it didn't take me long at all before I managed to actually clip through the roof. The setup involved ledge grabbing the edge of the roof and centering the camera to perfectly align the camera so Mario wouldn't get pushed to the side as he ran into the coconut. As soon as I found it, I uploaded a vid to YouTube and posted it to a Spyro speedrunning Skype group. Jumpyluff then sent it to Samurai Man on Twitter for me because I didn't have Twitter at the time. To this day, this moment is still the highlight of my speedrunning career. And rightfully so, the skip was met with universal praise from runners of SMS, but also from viewers and top runners of other speedrun communities. The skip would total in a 10-minute time save for any percent, and would skip the most boring world in the run. Okay, quick little fun story I thought I'd go into regarding another skip Tuval found. Around the same time Gelato Beach skip was found, Tuval also found a 50-second time saver in Spyro Answer the Dragonfly, which is a notoriously disliked and buggy game. The any percent category was already only 2 minutes long and consisted of going to a different part of the homeworld to get swim in air, and then you fly to the final boss. Well, Tuval found out you can simply head bash through the floor into the final boss loading zone. I'm actually serious. Look how long it takes from gaining control of Spyro to entering the final boss. Yeah, it's a joke. Tuval finished this run you're currently watching with a new world record time of 1 minute and 9 seconds. This game sucks. Don't play it. Years would go by, and Tuval would go on to post smaller bite-sized clips of skips and optimizations he found in various games, such as Super Mario Odyssey and the new Link's Awakening remake on his 2 Twitter accounts @Tuval_ and @2Vault. He would go on to find a pretty big glitch in the Link's Awakening remake that allows you to walk on 1 tile higher than Link's height. This was first showcased in a clip on his Twitter, where by killing Link mid-jump and getting his dead body pushed by an attacking fox, he landed on the sign where afterwards he got revived by medicine. Another runner used Tuval's discovery to find out that this could be used to enter the 4th dungeon early. Tuval also found what is known as a like-like launch, which is where a chicken is used to redirect the direction Link is thrown after being spat out by a like-like. The height from this is enough to get on top of the trees, and is used early in the run to enter the 2nd dungeon without needing to rescue BOII, saving around a minute. Tuval claims that there is also one really big sequence break out there that would break Link's Awakening like no other. The current GPS of Link's Awakening is Early Rooster. The Rooster has been the source of so many late game skips and glitches, that accessing it as early as before G3 would break the game open even more. All the pieces for the puzzle for Early Rooster has been solved except one, actually getting into the Rooster Cave without needing the level 2 bracelet to move the statue blocking the stairs. Please go ahead and drop Tuval a follow on his Twitter pages. With what we've seen today, he could just drop Early Rooster on us tomorrow, or perhaps another major sequence break. Time will tell what's next up his sleeve. So I'll end the video on this, perhaps the most crazy story of all. Let's go back a bit in the video, where I talked about a particular rat proxy in Spyro 1 that allows you to skip both North Cove and Twilight Harbor. Well, 2 months after finding Gelato Beach skip in SMS, Tuval found an alternate way to enter Nasty Nork early without completing North Cove or Twilight Harbor first. This would widely be known in the community as Coveless, and is insanely hard. So hard in fact that the current world record doesn't do it. As mentioned before, Tuval is also a very good speedrunner, and was a top-level player in Spyro 1 for a while. In 2016, Tuval wanted to come back to Spyro 1 to compete for the record. He started up another attempt just as usual. It was a pretty average run with some minor time losses in the first 2 worlds. In World 3, he was ahead by a tiny amount, but the run crumbled by the 4th and 5th world, being behind by half a minute. He was simply too far behind, so pretty much everyone thought the run was dead, except for one drunk individual in the chat. Entering Nasty's world, Tuval glances the chat. Do Coveless and BP. PB. Sorry, drunk. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know if Tuval had plans to go for it anyway, or if he really listened. But I assure you, I wasn't ready.
What? Hello? Okay. Not like this.
Tuval pulled it all the way back, saving an insane amount of time with a first try coveless, resulting in a new world record like 4 seconds. This is the only time in existence that coveless is in somebody's PV, and even after 4 years when this was first set, this run is still a top 3 time, a testament to Tuval's skill and understanding of the game. Maybe most importantly, clutch factor. I honestly thought coveless was going to become the standard to do in runs after this, but it seems that this run really was ahead of its time. If someone could nail a perfect run with coveless, 37 is out there surely, but as it stands right now, Tuval is the only person who has nailed it. Call it accident? I say it's fate. Well, that was the story of Tuval. He doesn't stream on Twitch or post to his Twitter that much anymore, but I'd still give him a follow for his contributions to all the games he's laid his hands on. You might just witness a new discovery if you're lucky. You might also witness him doing attempts of something again. His streams were super cozy and very laid back. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe as there is more speedrun history and lore coming to this channel very soon. Thank you so much to my continued and new supporters over at Patreon. I really appreciate your kindness even with the state of the world currently. If you want to support me, you can chip in $2 a month to get your name in my next video. But of course, no pressure. Just make sure you stay indoors and wash your hands. In any case, I hope you enjoyed the video. There will be more coming soon. Take care, and have a good one. On November 18th, 2013, Sorcerer's Skip was found by Tuval, a skip that was seen as the holy grail for Spyro 3, allowing you to bypass the 100 egg requirement to enter the final boss. When it was first found, it sparked a gold rush within the community, and several players were attempting to set a new world record with the skip. The record before the skip was discovered was a 59:36 by Saboom, but after the skip was found, I guess you could say that the speedrunners broke the game in half, as the record was below the 30-minute mark by August of 2014, when the runner Grant Chill would set a 29:02, where the record would remain for the rest of that year. There was definitely room for improvement, and a new player would begin to contend for the record in Spyro 3 80%, and his name is Jeremy Thompson. Jeremy would lower the record throughout 2015, breaking the 29 and 28-minute barrier. Grant Chill would take the record back in October of 2015, but when Jeremy got it back himself the next month, he would never let go, and Jeremy has been the world record holder for the category ever since, occupying first place for over 6 years. But Jeremy doesn't just care about the record, he wanted to achieve perfection, and so he set out to lower his time until he got a run that was worthy of that title. When Jeremy set the first ever sub 25-minute time in July 2016, you would think that was it, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But no, Jeremy wanted to take the record lower, and was starting to approach sub 24. He would achieve a 24:21 in July 2017, and pushing the record below the next minute barrier would prove to be a tall order. In fact, it would take him 1 year and 8 months of on and off playing, but after 20,000 attempts, 23:58 was here. The run is still standing strong today, and is coming up to its 3rd year at the top, and is generally viewed as one of the greatest Spyro records of all time. Today, we're gonna take a look at how Jeremy did it, and how Spyro 3 was completed in under 24 minutes. Now this is a perfect example of a balding speedrunner, and you don't want to be this guy. Couple more razors like that and he could lose all his beautiful hair. But that's why I recommend Keeps. Keeps is a subscription-based service that focuses on preventing male pattern baldness. 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of baldness by the time they're 35. The best thing to do is to get started while you still have hair left. It takes roughly 4 to 6 months before you start seeing effects, but bear in mind, Keeps does not reverse baldness. just helps prevent it. Keeps is FDA approved, and a licensed doctor will review your information online and recommend the best hair loss treatment plan for you. Get Keeps today with 50% off your first order by clicking the link in the description or by going to keeps.com/Ricky. That's KEEPS.com/Ricky. Alright, let's get into the run. From the get-go, Jeremy starts out in Sunrise Spring. This is one of 4 homeworlds in the game, all based around certain times of the day. Within these homeworlds, you can travel through portals to get to different levels, and Jeremy begins by going to Sunny Villa, where he'll be using a trick you'll see a lot throughout this run: proxy jumping. When Spyro does a charge jump and you try to tap X as you're descending from the jump, Spyro will do a tiny stutter in the air. If you kill an enemy and do the stutter on the hitbox of an enemy's dead body, you'll be sent up into the air with high velocity. This allows Jeremy to go through the top of the building and skip straight to the end of the level. Since this is the any % category, Jeremy does not need to acquire all 100 eggs for the final boss entry. Instead, the objective is to rescue a character at the end of each level, which is simply done by finding and talking to them. Upon rescuing them, they will exit the portal and help you reach the next world, once you've rescued them all. Jeremy compiled a big spreadsheet with his consistency on all the major and minor hurdles in the game. It should give you an idea of how unlikely it is for this run to come together. Immediately after Sunny Villa, we have one of the most precise tricks in the game, with Jeremy's success rate being roughly 45% for a first try. Jeremy first lines his camera up in a precise way, and then charges forward to scrape the topmost pixels of the waterfall. With this, he triggers one of the most classic Spyro glitches: the swim in air. Spyro's swimming speed is very fast, and Jeremy can essentially go out of bounds wherever he pleases. But his next destination is Seashell Shore. This level has a 14 egg requirement for entry, but every level's loading zone in Spyro 2 and 3 is located directly beneath where the portal would be. So if you can reach it, you can enter the level early without getting the eggs, as Jeremy does in his run. In Seashell Shore, another proxy jump is used to skip to a later part of the level. Proxies have a wide range of variable heights, and Jeremy got the lowest possible height to make this one work. If Jeremy got a higher launch, he would have been able to save another second from going through the top of the wall. But the moment the proxy happens, Jeremy has to react on the spot and go for a backup strat if he doesn't get the desired height. He then enters a bonus challenge and quits out. Otherwise, the game won't put you in a swimming state, where you won't be able to hit the squid and finish the level. Next up is Molten Crater, which requires 10 eggs to unlock. So once again, you'll need to hit the loading trigger below the map. The entry into the level was said to be the hardest skip back when Tuval ran the game, but Jeremy makes it look easy and has it down to a T. The same goes for the BOIII proxy at the start of the level, something that used to be hard, but Jeremy is extremely consistent at it. He simply cruises to the end of the level and moves on with the run. With 2 more levels to go in the first homeworld, it's luckily smooth sailing. In Cloud Spires, the developers put the end of the level just a little too close for us speedrunners. And of course, we're gonna take advantage of that, and complete the level in around 20 seconds. For the last level in Sunrise Spring, you may remember this guy, Moneybags, who always wants the gems you've worked so hard to collect. Luckily for us, we can rescue Sheila without paying this greedy dirtbag. In the tunnel across the Cloud Spires, there's a flight power-up that you normally use to get an egg at the end of the tunnel. But Jeremy turns around immediately upon grabbing the power-up, uses it to fly out of bounds, and grabs another swim in air from the water texture that's sticking out slightly from the wall, where he then flies into the Sheila's out loading trigger, skipping the Moneybags payment completely. This level is also fairly straightforward. You just have to take out some mushroom houses and enemies to escort a goat to the end of the level. Upon freeing all 5 characters, you'll get a convenient teleport to the balloon, which is why the levels are done in a specific order. Before moving on to Midday Gardens, we have to fight Buzz, which is a pretty easy fight as opposed to the later ones. Jeremy just has to stand near the border of the arena to get Buzz to stop rolling. In the later stages of the fight, Buzz will have a firewall around him that you need to wait out. Jeremy turns the camera sideways in order to despawn the firewall to make him vulnerable as quickly as possible. Rinse and repeat until he's defeated. Now it's time for Midday Gardens, home to some of the most difficult execution in the run. It's very easy for speedrunners to be on autopilot during the opening part of the run, but at some point, The difficulty starts ramping up, and you have to start paying attention. The turning point for Spyro 3 is definitely Midday Gardens, and despite its difficulty, Jeremy delivers one of the fastest Hub 2s the world has ever seen in this very run. Jeremy first needs to head to Sergeant Bird's base, which has a 700 gem requirement for entry. We've barely collected any gems or eggs so far, so we'll need another way in. Another swim in air can be used by going into this pool of water and squeezing the bottom of the bridge with the surface of the water to clip Spyro out of bounds with a well-timed charge. In Sergeant Bird's base, you have to escort the hummingbird to the end of the level, but the hummingbird's pathing is quite complex. There are a few mandatory checkpoints that Jeremy needs to pass through to get the hummingbird to move forward, but you can also get optional checkpoints by defeating certain enemies as you're going through, which can save upwards of 5 seconds over the course of the level. Jeremy takes care of this with ease and moves on to the next level. Next is Spooky Swamp, where Jeremy climbs some scenery to clip through a wall, and once again enters the level early without fulfilling the egg requirement. In the level, Jeremy does another proxy jump off of an alligator to soar across the water to get to the end quickly, with some additional egg hovering swag at the end. 70% of runs make it past the alligator proxy at the start of the level, so it can cause some runs to end here. Proxies start getting a lot harder when the enemy you're proxying off is smaller, but if the alligator is considered small, just you wait for the next level. Jeremy now goes out of bounds to head to Bamboo Terrace, which is home to the second hardest proxy in the game, with Jeremy's estimate being a 40% success rate. The strategy for a while was to defeat all the enemies at the start and go for a trick that's known as a squeeze proxy, which was done by wedging yourself between the wall and the rolling rock as the pandas were pushing it, then gliding through a wall to get to the end. However, the end of the level is straight across to the right as you spawn, but the bridge to get across only comes down once you beat the level. This is where our tiny bug friend comes to our aid, as he provides us with a very tricky proxy to get on top of a rooftop. Afterwards, a trick called the Sproderman is used to climb along the wall without losing much height. And yes, those are the words Spyro and Spider-Man put into a blender. With 2 levels to go in Midday Gardens, Jeremy tackles Enchanted Towers next, with his main goal being to fling 3 rockets to destroy the Sorceress statue at the end. The start of the level and the statue is separated by a huge wall, and to get over it, Jeremy will use a unique strategy that doesn't include a proxy. He first jumps onto a ledge and makes his way to a pillar that's barely reachable with a charge jump glide into hover, where he does it once more to get on top of the wall. He then drops down and flames the rockets to close out the level. Finally comes Icy Peak, which has always been the level that's been saved for last among top runners, due to how isolated the portal is from the others. Jeremy starts out by jumping onto the cannon and taking out the big ice wall at the start. You can in theory jump around it, but it's extremely hard and only saves a second and a half, so Jeremy deemed it to not be worth it. He now performs a jump from the beginning to the end, and this one is always a bit of a clencher. Jeremy makes this jump look easy and gets past it 80% of the time, but this long soar to the end is a huge killer for new players. All that's left is climbing the stairs and rescuing the final NPC in Midday Gardens. Jeremy now has to face Spike, the second boss of the game, and with an already difficult world, now comes a very difficult boss. It takes 6 hits to take down Spike, and Jeremy wants to take his health down as low as possible here, for a trick later in Hub 3. This fight is one of the highlights of Jeremy's run, so I'm just gonna let you watch it in full.
My tactical
A 25-second fight with all of his health points drained. Perfect. Jeremy was now 3 seconds ahead of his best ever pace out of Spike. In other terms, this is the fastest run in the world up until this point. Let's see how it continues to unfold. Evening Lake. A calm exterior, yet more brutal levels await behind the curtain. Only a small handful of Jeremy's runs make it to Evening Lake, and while he's had some good runs to this part, none are as fast as this one, so the nerves slowly start to settle in. The first level, Bentley's Outpost, luckily isn't too bad. To get into the level, Jeremy gets Spiral on top of the ladder and initiates a glide to get out of bounds. The wall collision Jeremy flies through has a weird quirk. Spyro 3 has two NTSC versions of the game, in what the community calls 1.0 and 1.1. For some reason, the collision on the walls at Evening Lake was made significantly higher on 1.1. You can still get out of bounds to enter Bentley's Outpost early, but it loses about a second or two. The Spike is Born cutscene is also missing on 1.0, which allows any runner with 1.0 to save 5 seconds heading into Spike. 1.1 does gain back a few seconds in a handful of spots, but overall, 1.0 saves around 6 seconds over the course of the run, so that's the version Jeremy used to get this run. The out of bounds into Bentley's Outpost also means that not a single gem is given to this Mr. Monopoly looking headass, so that's always great, isn't it? In Bentley's Outpost, Jeremy makes sure to load the seals onto the screen at the right time, to initiate their cycle of throwing their snowballs. So when he gets near them, he can reflect them back without wasting any time. Afterwards, you're supposed to reflect a snowball to hit the gong, but it's easily reachable from the ground. The rest of the level is just pushing some blocks, to create a path to escort Bentley's brother to the end. Simple stuff. Frozen Altars is more of what we've already seen, with the developers putting the end of the level conveniently right at the start. A proxy off a mammoth allows Jeremy to get to the other side of the temple. As a side note, Jeremy got the lower proxy height in this run. If you get additional height, you can go through a hole on the right side of the temple to save a couple of extra seconds. Oh, and thank God we don't have to do any boxing in this run. I could almost make a separate video talking about how bad this minigame is for speedrunning. Moving on. Using the same out of bounds as before, we now enter Fireworks Factory, home to the hardest trick in the game, the Firefly Proxy. A trick so impactful, the second fastest option is 35 seconds slower. And yes, that does mean running all the way around the level the normal way. Jeremy actually misses the Firefly Proxy in this run, so instead of going all the way around, it's faster to die to get the Firefly to respawn for another attempt, which he hits on his second try. This is the only major mistake Jeremy made in this run, but it's no surprise as he estimates a first try to be a 35% chance of success. Again, keep in mind, 35% is merely Jeremy's success rate with the trick as a whole. The movement of the Firefly and also other creatures you're trying to proxy on can vary in its pathing. What threw Jeremy off here was the Firefly's sudden turn to the left, causing him to miss his flame by a hair. Despite the death, the run was still well alive, as Jeremy heads to Lost Fleet, where he uses two piggybacking enemies to give him a little boost. Hey, I've seen this before. Now that's two PlayStation classics with a piggyback boost. Technically, this trick doesn't accomplish all that much, since we left Crazy Ed behind, who we have to escort to the end. But by running through the ship and getting the checkpoint right before the end, then dying, Crazy Ed will respawn corresponding to the checkpoint you're on. This is why Jeremy wanted to take damage during the Spike fight, so he could avoid bouncing on the goop to die quicker. But the death in Fireworks Factory set him back to full health. After respawning for the Death Warp, Jeremy has to shoot a hole in the ship with the cannon, where he does a small shortcut by using the tip to make it across. After completing the level, Jeremy doesn't quit out right away as usual. He heads back to the goop to trigger the zombie glitch. Essentially, by pausing right before Spyro is about to die from the goop, you can quit out of the level, making the game think he's dead when he's really not. This is a frame-perfect pause, and if you pause early, there's no super easy way to advance the game one frame forward. Just a good gut feeling and timing, making this trick a rough 70% chance of success. The zombie glitch has a couple of side effects, but the one we're looking for in this run is this one. Yup, you can carry the swimming state through the surface of the water, which is how Jeremy makes his way into Charmed Ridge. Here, you have 3 enemies to attempt the proxy to the end with, making the success rate fairly high. In this run, Jeremy doesn't do any of that, and nails it using the first guy, and gets the best proxy height too. he glides to the end with ease and finishes off the final level in Evening Lake. Up until this point, every trick that's been labeled with a percentage has more or less been in Jeremy's control. Sure, there's some different pathing the AI can take from the proxies, and the spike fight had a bit of luck involved, but all of that pales in comparison to what's next. Now it's time for Scorch. This arena might as well represent hell. RNG hell. Your main assistant in this fight is Bentley, who will circle the arena and spawn rockets for you. You can either get one big green rocket or 50 small red rockets. You would think the big green rocket does more damage than the small red ones. But see, that's where you decided to use logic. There's literally no damage difference between the two, meaning you always want the 50 red ones. With all the tricks Jeremy's had to do thus far, less than 1% of runs make it to Scorch on pace. And to keep that pace going for the sub 24, he flat out needs to hit a coin flip right at the end. If you get a green rocket, you need to wait an extra 11 seconds for another attempt at the coin flip. It's slow, but you can continue the run if it's fast enough. Luckily for Jeremy, he got the red rockets he needed, but his past runs were not so fortunate. Jeremy's 8 best runs to Scorch prior to this one all got double green rockets, instantly killing every single run. The odds of that happening are 1 in 65,536, or 0.0015%. Completely ridiculous, I know, but I'm not even done talking about luck in this fight. Scorch has 2 main attacks, the lightning balls and the eggs. Ideally, you want as many lightning ball attacks as possible, as it lowers his shield faster, meaning you can hit him more frequently. Jeremy only got 1 lightning ball attack in this run, which lost him some time. But he was overjoyed with the idea that the string of green rockets was finally over. With first try red rockets, Jeremy finally had a run past Scorch that was fast enough to potentially be the world's first 23-minute time for Spyro 3. We've now come full circle, back to where this video started, with Sorceress Skip being the next goal for Jeremy. You've previously seen how most loading zones in the game are directly stored beneath the inactive portals, which allows for early entries. But for some reason, the Sorceress loading trigger is a different kind than the ones we usually see for the normal level. This time, the loading trigger is where it should be, but is way larger than what's visible, and extends far above the door itself. It is reachable if you can get Spyro onto the castle walls, then jumping into it, as Tuval did when he discovered it in 2015. But how exactly does Jeremy get Spyro onto the rooftop? Well, here's how. Let's take a look at that again. Jeremy gets Spyro stuck under the helmet, where the Desert Ruins portal normally is. To prevent Spyro from permanently getting stuck anywhere, the developers put in a mechanic that ejects him out if he ever does find himself stuck. This is similar to the old boulder pushing strat in Bamboo Terrace, a so-called squeeze proxy, where upon the game ejecting Spyro from the helmet, he has so much speed that he gets flung up the wall and is able to glide onto the castle walls to enter the final boss. Now it's time to confront the Sorceress, and this fight is like a complex game of chess. It would take me an extremely long time to cover everything here, so I'll just cover the basics. The Sorceress has 3 phases: the cannon phase, the tank phase, and the UFO phase. Jeremy is going to attempt to skip the final UFO phase, since killing the Sorceress with the tanks is much faster. Jeremy has labbed this fight religiously, and has studied things like spawn points for the cannons and tanks, how Agent 9 behaves in regards to shooting down the cannons and tanks, and how the Sorceress moves and attacks. I'm just gonna let the fight unfold and explain some things along the way. Jeremy first starts by going to the outer ring where Agent 9 is, to get a better overview of where the cannons are flying in from. There's 5 spawn points for the cannons, but only 3 will fly in, and some cannons have priority in dropping over others. Jeremy has this all figured out, and simply waits beneath the cannon with the highest priority to drop. cannon, you have to hit the sorceress 2 times for the cannon phase to end. When a phase ends, it forces you off your current vehicle and wipes out all other vehicles on the field. However, you can sneak in a 3rd hit as long as there's a cannonball in the air as the phase ends, saving a tiny bit of time. Agent 9's targeting is a little wonky in this fight, so occasionally you'll get a 2nd cannon drop during the tank phase. This is what happened during Jeremy's run, but he doesn't want to do too much damage and end the tank phase before the tanks themselves are on the field. Once the first tank is dropped, Jeremy shoots the sorceress once and jumps off the tank immediately. By doing this, he does enough damage to start the UFO phase. But Agent 9 is already on his way to shoot down another tank. At this point in the fight, this is the final phase, so you're never forced off your vehicle. So Jeremy uses the tank to take down the sorceress. For how complex this fight can be, Jeremy actually had one of the most simple scenarios. In his own words, the fight can often be more intricate to navigate than it was in my 23, but in receiving a random 2nd cannon drop, I was able to create the vehicle drops I wanted pretty naturally, and without much manipulation. And that concludes Jeremy Thompson's Spyro 3 speedrun in 23 minutes and 58 seconds. To this day, no one has managed to get even remotely close, and Jeremy's days at the top will keep on building. Some might be watching this run in confusion. Why would anyone go through 20,000 attempts to get this kind of run? The only real answer is personal accomplishment. As an old saying goes, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. And the reason this run has stood on top for almost 3 years is because Jeremy tasted that sweet victory. He worked for several years to get this kind of run. He spent countless hours in the lab, figuring out things like the sorcerer's fire, and threw himself at the game over and over until the stars aligned. Just like anyone sets goals for themselves in learning an instrument or running a marathon, some find pleasure in speedrunning video games, an introspective hobby that some take quite seriously, not only in the quest to improve your own time, but also in the involvement with the friends you make along the way in the game's tight-knit communities. If you can't respect someone like Jeremy for his efforts, then that's a shame, because some were very impressed. And that's the developers themselves. In April 2018, Jeremy got invited to the Insomniac studio to play Spyro 3 in front of the very people that created the game. He was able to showcase an impressive run that clocked in at the half-hour mark. But most importantly, he was able to showcase what he and the community had discovered in the many years of speedrunning the game. Additionally, he was able to hear insights on the game's design choices, and was able to show off cool bugs that gave everybody in the room a bit of a chuckle.
I discovered some of it. Okay. There's a large community behind it. Okay. Yeah, and the sorceress is area portal, and so they bleed a lot. They're a lot larger than they appear to be. So the sorceress area portal was somewhere over there, but it just bleeds into the mouth. So if you touch that place, you go straight in.
Insomniac definitely deserves some credit for putting this together. Not every game company welcomes their speedrunning communities with open arms, but Insomniac has always been very accepting. They even threw together a similar event for Ratchet & Clank speedruns, where they brought in my good pal Zem. I've always had respect for runners like Jeremy, runners that don't stop playing a category until they believe it's reached the human limit. While there's an obvious mistaken fireworks factor you can point out, it's easy to ignore the countless amount of things that went right. The raw combination of execution on Weapons 2358 is an estimated 0.012%, or 1 in 8,574. Staggering low odds. If anyone wants to topple this run, they would need even cleaner execution, better luck, or find new strategies to save more time. There does exist a tool-assisted speedrun of Spyro 3 that was created by Laponier and Nitrovsky, but Jeremy has claimed that virtually no strategies in the tasks were viable in actual speedruns. The task itself is also worth checking out, and I put a link to it in the description, but I mainly wanted to cover Jeremy's journey to achieve his ultimate run in this video. As of right now, Jeremy also holds the world record in the 100 egg category, where he achieved a new record of 50:34, as recent as August 2021. He was gonna push the category to a 49, but ran out of free time to grind the game. Jeremy, of course, has a life to live outside of the game, but sees a possible return to Spyro around April 2022. But that's just an estimate he told me. Jeremy is a guy who's never seemed to care about popularity, money, or anything that speedrunning and streaming can net you. He's just a guy that embarked on a personal journey. A man and his game, a man and his goal. Whether or not Jeremy's return to the game is later than expected, staying safe in this chaotic state of the world is definitely the main priority. I wish the absolute best for Jeremy. Thank you for being an inspiration to others, and thank you for keeping Spyro speedrunning alive. Thanks for watching. If you like the content, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Take care, and have a good one.
Can someone say perfect sequel? Because I thought Spyro 2 Gateway to Glimmer was just that. At least I did back when I was 11. I couldn't get enough of the game. It provided satisfaction for completionists and had the perfect difficulty level, as it's not that hard. But as we get older, we realise that Spyro 2 is even easier than the first game. Last time we found a Spyro game too easy, we clipped his wings.
Sly 2 Band of Thieves is a PlayStation 2 classic. Released by Sucker Punch in 2004, this beloved sequel took the platforming stealth genre to the next level. With settings taking place all over the world, memorable villains, and the ability to play as all three Cooper Gang members, the game is held in high regard as one of the all-time greats for the console. With any great game, people will eventually attempt to speedrun it and push the limits to see how fast it can be beaten. In Sly 2, the history goes very deep for all the game's individual episodes, and no episode is as optimized as the first one. This is the world record history of Sly 2's most iconic episode. Episode 1, The Black Chateau. Psst. Hey kid, I just had the shave of a lifetime. And you know what? I feel like a brand new pair of eyeballs. You should try it too, with Manscaped. What I was using was the new Lawnmower 4.0, a waterproof trimmer with skin-safe technology that reduces those pesky nicks and cuts. It's got a wireless charging station and goes up to 90 minutes, and it glows, telling you how much you got left. You can lock the trimmer by pressing the front button 3 times. Great for traveling. Something I do when I'm not in this room all day. If you use Manscaped, you'll also be accompanied by a deodorant and a ball toner. Perfect for my humongous pair of eyeballs, of course. Get Manscaped today with 20% off your order with free international shipping and 2 free gifts by using code RIXA on manscaped.com. Thanks again for sponsoring. Let's get to the video. So, let's get the obvious out of the way. If you've played Sly 2 or watched anyone speedrun it, you'll know that the game is really long. Completing all 8 episodes in the game in a single sitting can take up your entire day. Thus, full game speedrunning for Sly 2 wasn't popular in the early days. Instead, people focused more on individual episode runs, since the length was a lot more favorable. So if one wanted to start out by speedrunning episode 1, where would they have to start? Well, let's take a look. Sly 2's gameplay is centered around completing jobs, with markers scattered across the world that starts each one, kinda like the mission markers in GTA. The different jobs are spread across several days, where we eventually work our way to the operation. In order to speedrun Sly 2 in the quickest manner, the goal is to complete every job swiftly, while minimizing time spent traveling to the next one, and avoid guard detection while you're at it. So let's take a look at the jobs for episode 1. The start to each episode always takes the form of a reconnaissance day, a day 0 of sorts. Day 0 only contains 2 jobs: satellite sabotage, which involves activating 3 satellites around the map, and breaking and entering, which has us fight a bunch of rats in a wine cellar with Murray and take some photos. Day 1 starts with Bug Dimitri's office, which has us carry a bug painting and swap it with Dimitri's real painting so we can listen in on his conversations. Next up is Follow Dimitri, which is where we get our first proper look at our episode 1 antagonist. Dimitri's been printing fake money using the clockwork tail feathers, which is our goal to steal at the end of the episode. To get there, we have to tail him around in this job to see what he's up to, and as we learn, he's a bit of a character. For the final job of day 1, we have to go back to the safe house to swap to Murray for water pump destruction. A short and simple job where we have to destroy the city's main water pump by throwing guards into the machine. Day 2 starts out with Murray once again. His job, Silence the Alarms, has us destroy 3 alarms spread across the map by throwing whatever's around us into them 3 times each. Theater Pickpocketing has Sly go into the theater to steal 6 keys. He then uses them to slow the fans down in the room so he can reach the chandelier at the top, where he uses a turret to disable some of the security. Moonlight Rendezvous is basically just an auto-scroller, where we follow Neela around the map without falling too far behind. And lastly for day 2 is Disco Demolitions, a Bentley job where we have to blow 4 separate pillars to send a giant disco ball to its demise. For the third and final day, it's time for the episode's conclusion, Operation Thunderbeak. This has the entire Cooper gang involved and starts out with Bentley and Murray, where we have to access the water tower by defeating some rats. Bentley gets yeeted up there by Murray and blows a hole to the entrance. Once inside, we turn 5 valves, and this shuts off the water fountain in the main area. A guard has been sent out to get a repair truck, but Sly steals the key and hands it off to the others. Sly then climbs the giant peacock to prepare to catch the hook from the stolen truck. Guards then start swarming the truck, and we have to defend it and defeat them all. Concluding the rat brawl, the hook pulls down the giant peacock and it smashes a hole in the fountain, where we can access the printing room. This is where we get to square off against Dimitri, and it's also where we get to learn about his, interesting way of speaking.
What is this with clocks, bro? Show your bling and let me shine.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Once the final hit has been dealt, that would be time for episode 1. The earliest history of Sly 2 speedrunning dates back to this Speed Demos archive thread created in January 2008. Prominent runners at the time, like Michael Yama, Trihex, and RJ Waters, were showing interest in a full game Sly 2 segmented run. Another pretty well-known runner, Samurai Man, would post some small shortcuts in episode times. All of these videos don't exist today, but we can see that Samu had claimed a time of 32 minutes using the in-game timer for episode 1. The in-game episode timer for Sly 2 is quite a bit faster than real time, and wouldn't really be used in the following years, so not much to gather from this claim. Another runner called Cooper Chris decided to take on the task of completing a full game segmented 100% run. He did so, and it was submitted to SDA in 2012. And just to show you that I wasn't bluffing earlier when I said this game was long, Cooper's run was done in 54 segments, with his time of 6 hours, 38 minutes. I won't be going very in-depth on this run, since it's a 100% run, and there were practically no strat developments for episode 1. Cooper played on the PS3 version of the game, which saved time throughout, mainly due to faster loading times. While not an extravagantly mind-blowing run, it was nice to know that people were interested in running the game. The year 2012 also marked a significant change for speedrunning as a whole. Speed Demos Archive was the primary website in the mid-2000s for speedrun submissions and strategy discussions through their forums. But times were changing. Along comes Speedruns Live, where speedrunning would see a big boost in activity. The front page of SRL had a massive list of people streaming runs of various games, which paved the way for the Twitch era. Amongst other things, the success of GDQ events was putting speedrunning more in the spotlight, and thanks to Twitch's easy-to-use export feature, the scene would also get a good amount of exposure on YouTube. Communities for several games were starting to form through SRL and Twitch. Eventually, Skype calls would take place for racing, strat hunting, and just for hanging out with people you had a common interest with. With this big shift in the scene, the Sly community was taking form, and a small group of people had their sights on speedrunning Sly too. A glitch hunter named Z would help the community with their endeavors. Cooper Crisp from the SDA days was still around. Mikkel, primarily a Sly 1 runner, was interested in optimizing and racing Sly 2. And GameCube did quite a bit. Cooper had tried doing some Episode 1 runs around this time. These times don't have surviving video, but he did post the splits on the SDA forums for the world to see. A 39-36 on Christmas Eve 2013, a 39-11 in March of 2014, and a 38-28 the very next day. The lack of video wouldn't be too big of an issue, as only half a year later, GameCuber would be the first person who would give Episode 1 the love it deserved. In August of 2014, Cuber would absolutely smash Cooper's run when he got this time. Throughout pretty much every single job, Cuber had some kind of optimization or new strategy over the intended way. On Satellite Sabotage, Cuber realized the activation hitbox for the satellites are insanely big, and thus, you can press circle on the way earlier than you think. On breaking and entering, Cuber lets Murray do most of the work for the rest, and he kills them with 2 hits rather than Sly's 4 hits. After each day in the episode, a slideshow cutscene plays where Bentley briefs the gang about the next set of jobs that need to be completed. Cuber skips all 3 of these by quitting out to the PS3 menu and relaunching the game, saving him massive amounts of time. He utilized a shortcut on Bug Dimitri's office that was found by Samurai Man in 2008, where you can reach this rope from the lamp, skipping a decent chunk of platforming and getting you to the ventilation shaft earlier. Instead of walking all the way back from Dimitri's office to the next job, Cuber goes into the pause menu to load his file. 4 seconds later, and the game spawns him in the safe house, skipping the travel entirely. This would also be done after the completion of 2 other jobs, following Dimitri and Cuber pickpocketing. On Silence the Alarm, Cuber made an observation as he approached the second alarm. The amount of briefcases that spawn in this area is seemingly random. A maximum of 4 briefcases can spawn, but in the worst case scenario, you can end up with 0, forcing you to use the guards or this newspaper box located all the way in the back. Murray walks a lot slower when he carries stuff over his head, so you do need some good luck here to get a fast time. On the operation, Cuber had a handful of new tricks up his sleeve. After getting tossed up to the water tower by Murray, he tanks a bomb hit to avoid having to get thrown up to the tower a second time. When stealing the key to the repair truck, he does a stealth slam combo on the first rat to instantly take him down, and then runs back to the rooftop and knocks the second rat off the building, which instantly kills him too. Now his alert level completely disappears, and he can jump down and steal the key. Oh, and when you have to climb the giant peacock, Cuber does this.
We did it.
The community coined this cock strats, because you climb the peacock and stuff, you know? Moving on, there's a spot on this pipe where the game takes over and climbs all the way to the beak on its own. But if you hit the trigger without being attached to the pipe, the game will launch slide to that position. Cuber's strategy for fighting the rats is to hit them as quickly as possible once their invincibility period runs out. Fairly straightforward stuff. Cuber took the Dimitri fight a little bit safe, as he wanted to close out a new world record. And so he did with 33-25 on August 27th, 2014. In the following weeks, Cuber would improve his time and cement his status as the best Episode 1 player. On September 1st, 2014, Cuber would improve to a 33-12, then to 32-46 on September 8th, refining his movement and overall gameplay. Z, Cooper Crisp, and Mikkel had been helping Cuber out from the sidelines by finding new strategies along the way. Cuber would use the new stuff to knock his time down by another 10 seconds. 2 days after his 32-46, to 32-36. The first new trick that was incorporated was discovered by Z and Cooper Crisp, and was a pretty big one. Guard spawn manipulation. By turning the camera in specific directions as you're roaming the map, you can prevent guards from spawning in your way. The majority of the time, the camera has to be backwards, which means you need to know the level layout pretty well. This trick is very useful on Bug Dimitri's office, since if you get hit by any of the guards with the painting on your back, you instantly fail the job. The way Cuber enters theater pickpocketing in this room is also faster. As discovered by Z, the job trigger extends out below the balcony, allowing you to hit it from underneath. Inside the job, there's also a couple of things to note. First, Cuber gets a faster cutscene at the start of the job that saves about 1.5 seconds. When you first go through the door, the game will take control over Sly and walk him forward to a predetermined location, kind of like the peacock climbing in the operation. The cutscene trigger is located around here. Sometimes, Sly will walk all the way from the door to the trigger, but sometimes he stops over the door, thus not watching the cutscene as early as possible. Mikkel found a tiny optimization for getting the first key faster. Instead of hopping along the seam on the left like before, you can rush to the first table and quickly crawl under it to lose detection. And finally, Cuber would reach the fourth key quicker by doing a set of tricky jumps. In the meantime, Cooper Crisp wanted to get back in shape and set a good time with the new strategy. He would snag the world record by 4 seconds with 32:32 on November 30th, 2014. Unfortunately, again, no video. This record would stand going into 2015, where we would see a big shift in the Sly 2 scene. Up until this point, the North Americans, Cuber and Cooper Crisp, were the ones to sit atop the throne for episode 1. But now, all eyes turn to Scandinavia, as a Norwegian runner would have a meteoric rise to the top. And this guy was ahead of the pack. Nist would become one of the most important runners for Sly speedrunning at the time, and came out swinging hard. While his first episode 1 time was a 36:51, 4 minutes behind Cuber and Cooper Crisp, it only took him a week and a half to take the world record to European soil, with 32:19. This run was mind-blowing for the community, as it came with a plethora of new strats, and also movement tech. The first advanced movement technique that Nist was using was the square boost. By running forward and pressing X and square at the same time, Sly will lunge forward with his aerial attack. Movement speed in the air is significantly slower than on the ground, but this technique allows you to preserve your grounded speed into a jump, saving tiny bits of time throughout the episode. Another technique Nist was taking advantage of is the glitch high jump. When you hold down square after swinging your cane, Sly will charge up this spinning attack. If you try to charge this attack while in midair, you can achieve a grounded standpoint that you can jump off of, essentially allowing you to triple jump. Sly 2 now had horizontal movement tech in the form of square boosting, and vertical movement tech in the form of glitch high jumping, allowing the game to be pushed to new heights and lengths. As for strats, Nist performed an absolutely ridiculous trick in breaking and entering, known as a table flip. By using the charge attack once again and interrupting it with entering a crawl space, Sly will clip into the table for a brief moment. Once inside the table, you have a ton of speed, and you can clip through the gates on the other side. But you need to be careful to cancel this speed at a very precise moment, or the game will launch you out of bounds. If done successfully, you can skip the entire cutscene with Murray and save about 25 seconds. The table clip had been known about for at least a year, but nobody was daring enough to put it in the run until Gnist. The trick is notoriously inconsistent and would cause plenty of resets early on, but 25 seconds was way too good to pass up. Gnist had a comparison against Cooper Crisp's 32:32, and you can see that he gains massive time over him after completing the job. On Bug Dimitri's office, Gnist used the glitch high jump to his advantage, cutting the corner even sharper to the ventilation shaft, saving another 4.5. He maintains the lead through the run, all the way up until Silence the Alarms, where he tragically only gets a single briefcase spawn, which costs him half his lead. Gnist also gained about 2 seconds on disco demolitions by hitting the bottom of the final pillar, skipping the necessary wait for the detonation. Gnist's run was good, but he was definitely carried by a game-breaking new strategy. And so, he wanted to prove that it wasn't a fluke. He would set a 32:09 11 days later, and March 32-minute barrier was shattered.
Nice. Okay. I'm gonna retime that last split because I split late, I think.
This run only really had one new notable strat, that being this vent clip at the integration entry that saves a couple of seconds. Besides that, this run was really solid. The square boosts were looking crispier, the briefcases were on his side this time, and a good Dimitri fight to close it out. The community around this time was relatively small with only 14 submitted runs to the episode 1 leaderboards. Gnist would start streaming his runs a lot more often, bringing in a small loyal fan base for Sly. At the end of the month, March 30th, Gnist would squeeze out another 3-second record to 31:40.
That was a late split.
One of the people that was watching this run was Cuber, who was inspired to get back to the game, just to see if he still had it in him to reclaim the title. Cuber had improved his personal best to a 32:08, but wanted to push into that 31 territory. He learned the table clip, all the small new optimizations, and all the new movement tech. He was hot on Gnist's heels. He had a run on April 19th that was 16 seconds behind Gnist going into Dimitri. It seemed like a lost cause, perhaps good enough for a new personal best, but not quite good enough for the record. Regardless, Cuber gave it everything he had. A 31:40, a world record tied to the second. A rare sight to behold.
My heart hurts.
Cuber had proven to the world, but most importantly to himself, that he could still play at the top level, even if it seemed like Gnist was becoming harder and harder to reach. And that statement could not be more true. Gnist was in the lab trying to find more ways to save time for episode 1. We're entering the stage where tiny optimizations start to matter. 1 second here, 2 seconds there, will add up over the course of the run. All the jobs in the episode are fairly simple and straightforward, and serve to show you the rules of the game. With simplicity comes extreme optimization, and optimizations are exactly what Gnist would implement. He would post a run a mere 2 days after Cuber tied his record, and already within the first few seconds of the run, a new strat would be unearthed. And this one wasn't 1 to 2 seconds. The satellite sabotage cutscene skip. When you begin the run, Sly will climb to the rooftop automatically, as seen in previous instances. Right before he pulls out the binoculum, you have a 1-frame window to press start to pause the game. Since Sly 2 runs at 60 frames per second, that's a 60th of a second you have to press a single button. However, there was a workaround to make this consistent. All you have to do is follow the great words of Melee commentator Homemade Waffles.
Unplug the controller, dog! Unplug the controller!
Yes, that is the strat. Unplugging the charger cord from your controller will pause the game on the first frame possible. Unplugging it right when Sly latches off the pipe makes the controller re-establish wireless connection to the PS3 at the perfect moment for you to gain control in the pause menu. Now you can quit out to the episode menu and re-enter, and the cutscene will be skipped. A tad controversial perhaps, but will take the 12 seconds. Besides this massive save, Gnist would also table clip through the second laser barrier in breaking and entering, which skips crawling under the table. A tiny shortcut was found by using this Windows flower bed combined with a glitch high jump to reach the window earlier for Bug Dimitri's office. And a closer rooftop was used to take care of the rats when getting the repair truck key in the operation. Cuber's method of running all the way back was pretty slow, but much safer as you knock the rat off of a higher rooftop, guaranteeing an instant kill. Gnist's method, while faster, requires more finesse to get right. Gnist had actually been using this strat since his first world record for episode 1 months back, but this was the first time he nailed it to perfection. Now, it was just about closing it out.